Remember members, please be seated. Are we on an amendment? No. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Honourable members, we are in Committee of the Whole on Bill 39, the Child Care Licensing, Early Learning and Child Care Amendment Act 2020. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak in Committee of the Whole to Bill 39, Child Care Licensing, Early Learning and Child Care Amendment Act 2020. I think, just to review, I know that my colleagues have spoken at length about this piece of legislation. I'd like to add my thoughts and support some of the things that they've already said in this place. That I think we can all agree that affordable, accessible, and quality childcare and early learning is a key pillar to our economic recovery. Minister of Children's Services will tell you that the bill improves the early learning and childcare sector when in reality it does very little of what it claims to do. It doesn't recognize that childcare is about early learning by ignoring the quality standards this government has already removed and will in fact decrease the quality of childcare. The minister refuses to divulge the members of her working group that consulted on this legislation, which is not all that surprising, but nonetheless concerning. And changes alluded to by the minister will only be through regulation, a process that does not allow for debate or deliberation in this place. And I think that, Madam Chair, that has been an alarming trend of this government, is to remove decision-making or debate opportunities from this place and move decision-making behind closed doors so that really significant changes are made in regulation, and very often Albertans finding out too late or after the fact. So, of course, I have a few questions, and then I will move an amendment. But, I've not heard the answers to some of these questions, so I'm just going to add them to what is, I'm sure, a growing list of questions. So, why does early learning only appear in the bill in reference to the title of the Act itself? And I know that I have, when not on duty, I have watched some of my colleagues, in particular the member from Edmonton Whitemud, debate and speak passionately about the need to include early learning within the body of the bill. So it is that important. Just to have it in the title really seems a little bit ridiculous when, if that is indeed the focus of the legislation, why there isn't sort of a detailed plan is how will early learning in fact be encouraged or supported through this legislation. When there is no requirement for a focus on early learning in the legislation, how then do you ensure that early learning is incorporated in all early learning and childcare situations? So following the cancellation of accreditation, there were no quality standards for this sector, only health and safety requirements. And one of the top issues for educators and providers was that quality standards be moved to legislation. We still don't see this in the legislation, yet the minister insists that it is there. So it would be most helpful if somebody on the government side would at some point sort of walk us through this. Maybe we have looked through it and not seen it. Perhaps they could shed some light on where this is. So, one of the things I did want to touch on really quickly is that there are different standards and requirements around healthcare, whether that's a site or provided in a home. And I think, in the government's race to reduce red tape, I think anyone will admit there are certainly regulations or red tape that is old, that doesn't do maybe what it set out to do, that should have been eliminated a while ago, or maybe there's just a new way of doing things. I get that there is some regulation and some red tape that is perhaps no longer necessary. And I would add that there is likely regulation and red tape and rules that we need to put into play because they're missing. And I think around childcare and early learning, standards and accreditation and all of those things that go along with it are so incredibly important, because those are the things that providers actually do rely on. The providers that want to be the best providers that they can. It's actually quite a helpful framework. So I was involved years ago, actually, helping set up a bit of a cooperative for childcare for workers. And I was initially a little bit stunned by the amount of work that was involved in meeting all of the health and safety standards. Those are pretty straightforward in terms of, health and fire and all of those things. But the other pieces were really around the quality of care. So it didn't just look at nutrition and breaks and activity and how the day was scheduled and all of those things, but it touched on some real sort of development goals and ways that operators or providers could be delivering services. So, again, I am skeptical that such a big piece of the goal, or just a big focus of this piece of legislation, is actually to roll back some standards that are important. And I don't think the UCP actually has demonstrated that there is a large desire for that to be rolled back, and what the benefit is to Alberta families and ultimately to Alberta children. So I have not seen that. And Stan, I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to introduce an amendment on behalf of my colleague, the member for Edmonton Whitemud. I can't tell which is the... Sorry. I think I got two, actually.
Honourable member, please proceed.
Okay, so member for Edmonton Whitemud moves that Bill 39, Childcare Licensing, Early Learning and Childcare Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 4A by striking out the proposed clause and substituting the following. B, childcare of a child means the temporary care and supervision of the child, or an early learning program focused on the child's learning, development, safety, and well-being that is provided to the child by an individual other than their parent or guardian, but does not include. I'll sort of stop there. So this amendment, so Section 4 of Bill 39 defines childcare as childcare meaning the temporary care and supervision of a child by an individual other than the child's parent or guardian, but doesn't include. And this amendment adds that childcare includes an early learning program focused on the child's learning, development, safety, and well-being that is provided to the child. This amendment recognizes that childcare is not glorified babysitting. It's about early learning. It recognizes the early years of a child's life are critical to learning and development. Bill 39 adds early learning to the title of the Act, but does not mention it anywhere else in the Act. This is a superficial change with really no substance behind it. It's clear that this government is not committed to supporting quality early learning. Why would I say that? They canceled accreditation standards for quality and broke their promise to childcare educators, providers, and parents that these standards would be incorporated into legislation. And that did not happen. They ended the $25 a day early learning and childcare pilot project, which, along with affordability, implemented the Flight Early Childhood Education curriculum, provided wage top-ups, and professional development to educators. They are refusing to improve the minimum qualifications of early childhood educators and provide support for training and professional development, even though the minister has said she knows the qualifications of early childhood educators is the primary indicator of quality early learning. Just based on that last piece alone, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, we say this all the time, that what you say is relevant, but it's what you do that is important. And so I find this again and again with the government is they will pop up and say, all kinds of things, claim that they're doing or that they're leaning towards or they're working towards. And they'll say these things in this place or online or in press conferences or wherever. But when it comes right down to it, to show the work, show your work. Are you actually doing what you say you're doing? And again, this government has demonstrated that they say all kinds of things, but their actions do not support the things that they say. So I think that this amendment is important to add learning to childcare, to the definition. I think it is important. I think it is probably the very least we can do. There are a number of issues and problems with this piece of legislation, but I think this particular amendment would address at least a couple of concerns. So with that, I will take my seat and allow my colleagues to add their thoughts.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A2 on Bill 39, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to rise to speak to A2, an amendment for Bill 39. Once again, reflecting on the amendment that's before us on behalf of the member from Edmonton Whitemud, requesting that we add early learning to the child care definition. And so, I think back to the beginning of this conversation. And first of all, obviously, the Minister of Children's Services making the what I would say is the wrong decision to rid of the accreditation process in our province. It had been in place for 16 years. At the time, the minister said that was to cut red tape, that just looking at the dollar figure that represented, about $3 million is what the minister said it would save for the ministry. And unfortunately, with the removal of the accreditation process, unfortunately, not only is there concerns about standards being upheld in the first place to the same level as they have been for so many years in our province, but the bigger concern is that while the minister says that they're saving $3 million, when we look at the budget of that minister for, as far as I can tell, this year, that there was, up to the last opportunity that I had to see, much more than that missing from the minister's portfolio in terms of money that was reallocated within the government's budget. And so at the same time as we have a minister saying we're doing this so that we can provide better services within our ministry, unfortunately money has actually disappeared from that ministry to be reallocated to other things that are not supporting childcare and early learning in our province. And so I most definitely appreciate that we see here this amendment that is including the concept of early learning in the definition of childcare. There's no doubt that through the discussions that I've seen, and even back to the original change that the minister made to remove the accreditation process, it has been, we've seen a lot of organizations come forward and saying that this was the completely wrong direction to move. And unfortunately, as we see this piece of legislation, Child Care Licensing, Early Learning and Child Care Amendment Act, come before us, there is no real commitment other than the title that there is such an importance put on early learning. And I think of some of the opportunities that I had to go visit these centers that were accredited through the past government process when we had implemented our $25 a day child care program, and they took the opportunity to reflect on how important such accreditation processes were, not only to the center itself and their ability to educate themselves and in turn educate the children that they were caring for, but also ensuring that there was a level of quality that was in place for parents when they ask, well, what is my child learning? How is my child developing? Those are important questions that unfortunately it seems like this government is just saying is needless paperwork as they eliminate the accreditation process, which is deeply frustrating and unfortunate. And When we look at, the comments when the accreditation process was dismantled of the Alberta Association for the Accreditation of Early Learning and Childcare Services, an organization obviously working hard to ensure that these standards of early learning and education are in place, they were very frustrated and saddened to see this accreditation process disappear. And unfortunately, once again, instead of this minister coming back to us with a process that is potentially strengthened the early learning and childcare process, unfortunately, once again, the only time that we see that is in the actual title. And so when we look at this amendment, talking about that we need to add that childcare includes an early learning program focused on the child's learning, development, safety, and well-being that is provided to the child, it is incredibly important that this is included in the legislation. Albertans deserve a government that invests in the people and that is willing to ensure that when we talk about important ministries like Children's Services, that we are doing all that we can to ensure in this instance that children are getting the early learning opportunities that they deserve. And so once again, while this Minister of Children's Services stands up day after day and says that, what they are doing is the right decision, unfortunately, when we read the legislation and the lack of detail in it, specifically around early learning education, it seems that we just simply can't take the minister's word for it. There is too many details missing in terms of what should be expected of these early learning centers and child care centers, and it's very unfortunate that up to this point we haven't been able to get any real answers. I heard some of the debate this afternoon, and unfortunately, once again, just left with more questions than answers in terms of how this legislation is actually going to benefit Albertans. And I remember back to the previous election in 2019, and there was a couple parties, one of course being ours, talking about the expansion of $25 a day childcare. And unfortunately, we saw that the UCP did not have a credible plan for reducing fees for Albertans. And once again, to this day, as this legislation comes forward, we see that not only do they not have a credible plan to expand affordable childcare across this province, and instead we see money being scaled back from that minister's portfolio, that instead, even further, we are seeing the accreditation process disappear, and what's being brought back in its place is lackluster at best. And so once again, the minister will tell us that this bill improves the early learning and childcare sector, but in reality, it doesn't accomplish anything that she claimed earlier today, talked about, that these are guiding principles, but unfortunately, guiding principles are simply not enough to ensure that the children across our province are getting the supports and the early learning opportunities that they need. And I'm happy to, reflect on the idea that every childcare facility may be different and might potentially offer different levels of support. While, I would hope that we do have benchmarks in place, which was the important reason for having accreditation in the first place. I recognize that different facilities will offer different opportunities, and so you might receive, different things depending where you go, and for a variety of reasons that could be a good thing in most cases, but we need to do our best once again to ensure that there is a basic level of accreditation and standards for ensuring that early learning opportunities are in place. And so, when we look at Bill 39 and the idea that it's adding early learning to the title of the Act but does not mention it anywhere else, not even once in the Act, it is a completely superficial change from this minister with no substance behind it. And so when we talk about the changes that we are asking for through this amendment, I think it is very straightforward that we should be doing our best to at least strengthen the definition of childcare as requested in this amendment. just, reflecting back to, I believe it was in March of this year, the wrong decision of this minister to go back on the accreditation process, and then moving forward to, I believe, between June and July, a 1-month process for consultation. So a very short period of time that was presented by the minister, and even after that fact, we heard from many people within the industry and within early learning development and childcare facilities that they did not feel that they were adequately consulted, or that what has come forward since then reflects the consultation that they had expected to see, or the changes that they had expected to see. And so, once again, we heard from the YW Calgary. I'm just looking at a past Edmonton Journal article. YW Calgary, a registered charity that also offers accredited licensed childcare. Once again, they were quoted as saying, "This is time now that we can dedicate to working with our children versus working in the back room getting ready for an audit." And so, obviously we need to do our best to, as this government likes to say, get rid of red tape anywhere we can, and there's opportunities for that. The minister earlier today talked about the idea of moving things to more digital processes, and I can agree with that completely, that we need to do our best to reduce the burden on these childcare facilities and on the childcare system to ensure that the money is getting to the front lines, to ensure that the time is spent on things like early learning programs. And so I appreciate when we talk about digitizing processes and simplifying auditing processes, but the fact is, at the end of the day, if we start removing, the idea of accreditation processes, or we start removing the, or weakening the auditing process, we have to be careful that we aren't losing other important aspects of what we require of our childcare facilities in the process. We need to ensure that through that process of, once again, as the government likes to call it, reducing red tape, we aren't hurting the early learning opportunities for these Albertans. And when we look at the very substantive accreditation process that was in place, when we talk about the idea of protecting outcomes for children and being able to have a clear process in place that is auditable and is held accountable across the system, that we are ensuring that we look at the outcomes for children is an important aspect of the accreditation process that was in place. The outcomes for families was another important piece of that, and the outcomes for staff. And so unfortunately, with the removal of this accreditation process, these are all important pieces that will no longer necessarily need to be held to the same level of account as it was in the past. And the other piece, of course, being the outcome for community. And so these are all important pieces to reflect on when we look at the childcare system and the programs that they're building, whether they're responsive to the diverse needs of Albertans and the children and the families and the communities across our province. Unfortunately, none of that is reflected in the legislation that is before us from the Children's Services or Children's Service Ministry, and so that's very unfortunate. And I hope that as the minister has discussed, that through the moving forward, the regulatory process, the consultation process for the regulations, that we might see some of these things included in the legislation, but I truly don't understand why it wasn't put in there in the first place. And so once again, I do want to show my support for the member who has brought this amendment forward, ensuring that we at least, the very minimum, properly define what childcare is in this legislation to strengthen it just a little bit better than it is already. So with that, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this, and I will take my seat. Thank you.
I see. The Honourable Minister of the Status of Women, Multiculturalism.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a mouthful, I know. And thank you for the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to debate this. This is such important discussions, especially given the situations we're finding ourselves in. I just wanted to clarify a few things for our friends opposite. When we talk about red tape, we're talking about some redundancies. And when we look at the 95% of spaces that are in this province, when we're looking at licensing in particular, one thing I think that my friend across the way here doesn't realize is that and he had actually mentioned it, I wasn't sure exactly where he was going with this, but is that when we look at the amount of hours, when we think about what we want our childcare workers to be able to do with our precious kids that we live with them, to be able to actually spend time with those kids and to be able to help them. And if you look at the principles, the guiding principles throughout accreditation and with respect to licensing, it's about inclusiveness and making sure that kids have loving people around them and all of that. And the hours that are spent on paperwork behind the scenes that could be spent with the children is truly important. And I think this is a very, very good discussion. But I just like to clarify a few points is that obviously childcare is essential to our economic recovery and making sure that those spaces are available. The problem with accreditation is that it stopped a lot of other spaces from being able to get the top-ups that were necessary to make sure that we have enough spaces available. And especially as women are going back to work, and especially because our schools are open and disproportionately want to make sure that that is available, it's really, really important that those spaces are available. So I just would like to talk about the licensing versus the accreditation were parallel programs. And that was a lot of red tape. There's a lot of paperwork with respect to accreditation. The other thing is that if spaces can't open as a result of accreditation, that allows government to pick winners and losers when it comes to the opportunities of families to have choice as to where they'd like to have their children go. We want to make sure that families here in Alberta have as many choices as possible because it's not the same for everybody. We all live in different regions. We have rural families. We have families that are traveling and commuting for their jobs, and especially right now with our incredible healthcare workers and, especially right now. And it's never been more important. And I'm very, very proud of the minister for the work that she did, especially at the onset of COVID. For getting those child care centres and actually the sector itself who did some incredible work advocating on behalf of the sector to make sure that they had safe spaces for our little ones to go back to. So I think that for the members opposite, if we're addressing the outcomes, which I think is what we should actually be looking at, versus the semantics around the language of what it is that we're doing. If we're actually looking at the outcomes of what is in the best interest of our munchkins that are in these spaces, the licensing of these spaces is in principle going to outline the outcomes that would run in this parallel piece. And if that means that that our workers are able to spend more time with the kids, and again, I bring up our crisis that we're in right now. There's a lot of fear out there. There's a lot of confusion. It's never been more important than for our kids to feel safe in these spaces. So again, a huge thank you. I also wanted to say too, one of the interesting things of this, what I learned from the minister upon this discussion, because I can honestly say, like in my lifetime, I actually never used childcare, so it was beyond beyond my capacity to even really have this discussion. It was very, very far from the way that I had raised my kids, and so happy that these things and these choices are available to families nowadays. But I honestly needed to understand how it all worked. And what was interesting is that when it comes to the work that was done behind this, did you know that, Madam Chair, that there hadn't been a really long and a robust consultation on this for almost 10 years? So as much as I very much appreciate what the former government was looking to do and the opportunities that they tried to create in the spaces, the problem is that when you look at the way that it was working out, there was a lot of folks who couldn't have access or the spaces weren't in the right areas. And I think with any situation, you're looking at it at where it is and you tweak it and you fix it and you move forward. So I'm very proud of our minister who was able to do this. And to answer the question around this amendment, the questions that they have are actually answered in the principles of the document. And so I do believe that any concerns that they have will be managed in there. I wanted to say also too is that licensing teams they have more time to focus on the programs. So I have a girlfriend actually who has her little ones in a really, really great, I guess would be a day home, and pardon me if my language isn't 100% correct around this, but the lady who runs the day home also speaks Spanish, so she's teaching the kids Spanish. She has some other special classes that she does in there, and it's just phenomenal. Not only, and I think the member was talking about early childhood education and all. It's amazing, given the creativity and the ability to create a viable business. Women are going to come to the table, and this lady's doing an absolutely phenomenal job. She's teaching Spanish to these little ones. They are learning it so fast because, as you can imagine, their little minds are just opening up and learn languages lickety-split. And it's been really amazing seeing her 4-year-old pick up on Spanish as quickly as she has. Very, very impressive. I would hate to see that the burden of accreditation would stop this incredible lady from being able to do the phenomenal work that she's doing with our little ones, and especially now. The other thing is that the licensing, I believe the principle of accreditation is dealt with in the aspect of the way that the licensing is done. It's a risk-based licensing, and it allows these wonderful childcare workers to really focus on the programs that they're doing, especially if we're talking about early childhood education. And the guiding principles in the legislation include quality, safety, the well-being, inclusion, and child development, which is already, that's what was listed, Madam Chair, in the principles around accreditation. So you can see that it's really, really important. And I'd like to point out again, red tape reduction isn't always around this is actually helping businesses. And if we're talking about women-driven businesses, this is where it's at. If we can reduce the burden on these incredible women who are taking care of our babes and give them the space to be able to create an amazing business, why wouldn't we want to do that? And having that doubled up implementation of accreditation really, really stopped some from being able to do that. So I would like to personally thank the minister for her work on this, and I would ask that all my colleagues please vote against the amendment. Thank you.
The other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2 on Bill 39, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was very interested in speaking to this bill prior to the minister getting up, and now I have even more to say, so I guess for that, thank you. Appreciate commenting on the fact that somehow the minister is equating licensing with accreditation. And also I think there's a little bit of confusion there as to the fact that childcare spaces weren't obligated to become accredited. But I can tell you that those that did want to went through a separate process. Now, what I find fascinating is, once again, this UCP government calls any kind of regulation or process to elevate something to a higher standard. It's red tape, we got to get rid of it. Where's the creativity? Where's the innovation? If the process is bulky or time-consuming, then streamline it. Do the work. Do your job. But just to throw it out because it was painful. And what's interesting is a colleague of mine pointed out the fact that a childcare licensee or an operator of a childcare, an accredited childcare space, indicated that once upon a time, being accredited meant that they would receive a top-up in order to get that designation. And again, to be really clear for Albertans and everyone watching, that designation of being accredited was optional. It was voluntary. It was up to the daycare, or the child care provider, if they decided to go after that. So to talk about how this was so burdensome and overwhelming, and these poor child care providers, right? I think that this bill, and I'll speak to the amendment, Madam Chair, does reduce some of the paperwork for administrators. Okay, absolutely. Again, I think there was an option for providers to, or for the government to look at ways to streamline that paperwork. But just to throw the accreditation out and to say that that's the reason that there aren't enough spaces in this province is absurd. That's ridiculous. It's optional. It's not stopping people from starting businesses and opening up childcare spaces. Like, if you believe that, then you really don't understand that accreditation wasn't mandatory. So, I find this extremely frustrating. The other thing is, and I will applaud my colleague who brought forward this amendment, outside of the title of a bill, which we know is not worth the paper it was written on, for most bills anyway that I've seen thus far in this sitting, the early learning concept of childcare, there's nothing in this bill that enhances early learning. And I know I have some colleagues of mine that are also teachers that can attest to the fact that the first 5 years of a child's life are the most critical. The most critical in the development of that child. Like, I can't stress that enough. And I've met with a number of different early learning practitioners and experts and advocates who have said, if you want to give kids the best start, invest heavily on the front end, on that early learning. Now, I wished that this bill did something to augment that, to enhance it. I appreciate this isn't a money bill, so this isn't going to increase funding, but let's look at ways to strengthen the quality of early childhood learning. But so far in this bill, I see no evidence of any attempt to seize this opportunity. If you're bringing forward a bill that could potentially make a significant difference and impact in the lives of children, again, our most precious resource. I get the government doesn't get that. I mean, you see that in their K-12, attack on education, cuts all over the place. You see that in our post-secondary, the fact that they cut, they throw back a couple $1 million and say, hey, maybe you should make a statue of us, or a plaque, or a trophy, or a something, because we are so wonderful. When the reality is, add up all of the cuts made and add up what you've put back, and until you replace the funds that you have cut, you're not making investments in post-secondaries. You're not making investments in education. As an educator, there is nothing more frustrating than to see a government pay lip service to something with zero actions that follow it. At least have the courage or the conviction for the dollars to follow it. And what I find hypocritical is when members on the other side stand up and say, we don't have the money, we're broke. I mean, the reason that wall in the federal building is being torn down, $70,000, table it. Show me that it's the cost of a full-time staff for the wall plus all the expenses. I'm not buying it. Neither are Albertans. But what's naive about that, so you hand $4.7 billion to corporations, and then you say, we don't have money for education, we have to fire 30,000 educational assistants, we don't have money for post-secondaries, we're downloading costs to municipalities who are struggling, who provide the majority of services, and then you say, yeah, and we have no money. It's disingenuous at best. And I'm trying to keep my language as parliamentary as possible. But it's frustrating. And so in this bill, there was an opportunity that the government had to enhance our childcare. If there is a need for more childcare spaces, then let's address that. But throwing out accreditation doesn't do that, especially because it was optional, it was voluntary. That you can't stand here and say that was a barrier to people opening up childcare spaces, because it wasn't. Now, if the accreditation process was cumbersome and onerous and challenging, especially for the small operators, okay, then let's address that. Let's look at ways to streamline it. But the purpose of the accreditation, again, I want to thank my colleagues that have spoken to a number of operators and really dug in on this bill, have said that if you go back to the history of accredited childcare spaces in Alberta, do you know where it came from? Do the members opposite know why there are accredited childcare spaces in the province? Wasn't because there was a new Democrat government that wanted to bureaucratize everything. And it wasn't because some bureaucrats somewhere thought, hey, let's make people go through heaps of paperwork. It's because industry asked for it. Industry said, we'd like a differentiator between the spaces and operators that go above and beyond and provide a certain standard of childcare to others that don't, that are just doing the bare minimum. And so it was industry that said, we're willing to do the work. We're willing to take on this red tape and become accredited. And the incentive was twofold back then. First of all, again, it meant that it differentiated them from other childcare spaces. It meant they had to do more. They had to work harder. Kind of makes me think of, in academia, the difference between graduating with a degree and graduating with distinction. It requires more work. But the reward is you have a designation that not everybody else has. And for families that feel that that's a priority, they have choice. What you are effectively doing is taking away that choice by eliminating accreditation. Which it makes me laugh, actually it doesn't, because it's so frustrating that you think that that's providing more choice. It's actually doing the opposite. Second of all, it provided those operators who achieved accreditation the ability to increase a top-up or a higher amount of funding because they put in that work. That's the government not picking winners and losers, Minister. You missed that concept. It's about providing them with a top-up for putting in that extra work to provide Alberta families with a choice. By eliminating accreditation, you've now eliminated that choice. You've eliminated that option for parents and families. And so, I mean, this is an example of taking a sledgehammer to put in a tack. Again, there are many families who sent their kids to accredited spaces and wanted that designation. Again, there are operators who asked for that accreditation. Again, I want to emphasize the fact that if that process was onerous, then fix it. There's more than two options here. It's not have accredited spaces or don't. That's lazy. That's actually not providing choice. Choice is looking at creative ways to give families choices. And so, for these reasons, I support this amendment, but I'm extremely disappointed in this bill as it's currently written. and the opportunities that this government could have taken to really enhance early childhood learning, which is critical. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know for a fact that the NDP government invested in early childhood learning. I know we also invested in the K-12 system. Now, you can stand up, members of the government, because I'm sure they will, oh, we haven't cut education. I don't know who you think you're fooling, because it's there in black and white. In fact, it was, what, 30,000 educational assistants that got the axe? We'll see now with the new measures that the government brought in, if school boards are squeezed further because now all students are going online. So you know what, why don't we pile 75 or 100 students in a room? Well, they won't be in a room, they'll be online, but I'm sure an individual teacher can handle that, right? And I know I shouldn't use sarcasm because Hansard doesn't capture it well, so I am being sarcastic. But, you know, education is an investment. And I've said this over and over since I was first elected, that the people of this province are our greatest resource. We need to invest in people. We need to set them up for success. And one of the best ways to do that is to invest in our education system. And that starts, honestly, right from the get-go of when a baby is born, to ensure that families have the support that they need to ensure that those babies are well looked after and well nourished. And then we move into our early learning in kindergarten, our K-12 system and beyond. So for these reasons, I support this amendment. I urge members of this chamber to accept this amendment, and we will attempt to fix a bill which I think, you know, the current bill, or the bill in its current form, doesn't deliver what the government claims it does. And I think there's an opportunity to improve it. And I urge members to consider the amendments coming forward from the opposition. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, and thank you again to my colleague for this opportunity to debate this. I just wanted to, one of the things that is interesting that happens in here is some of the dripping sarcasm, and I'm not quite sure. I think the member was saying something about unparliamentary language. What I think will be particularly fun is clipping the beginning of his speech when he went after the poor daycare, and he stopped himself, good for you, but it just is another confirmation of the lack of respect for private sector and for people, especially women. The dripping sarcasm that came off that comment initially, thank goodness he stopped. I can't wait to look at it, because he literally attacked women, literally attacked the fact that after consultations, they said.
Point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under 23HI&J, the minister opposite is accusing a specific member of literally attacking women. And I find that to be not parliamentary, not appropriate in this place, not what took place. And that is why I raised this point of order for you to rule on. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I certainly appreciate the passion on both members going back and forth. But I do believe that this can be perceived as a matter of debate. I know the minister is certainly passionate about this, and I know that her language, of course, might have been very strong, but I certainly would encourage that, if she's able to gather her emotions and a strong bit of caution, but I do believe it to be a matter of debate, and it's not a point of order. Thank you.
I would tend to agree with the honourable member for Calgary West. This is a matter of debate. However, I will say that both members are playing fairly close to the edge when it comes to inflammatory language against each other members of this House. I will ask that the honourable minister continue with her remarks.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to continue. But it's interesting, Madam Chair, that when we look at what it is that's actually being accomplished here and what the opposition is asking for, those are the things that are being accomplished, Madam Chair. One of the things I was just, there's always so many articles and interesting opinions and sides on all this, and the opposition is right. There were people who had come up with ideas that were contrary to the legislation came forward, but one of the most interesting that I guess validations of the legislation that the minister brought forward was about this type of care being more accessible to who needs it. Did you know, Madam Chair, that 18,000 workers now will receive top-ups versus 16,000 under the previous methodology? And this is just about looking at it from, and I tried to say this in the last time I spoke about this, where I thought I was fairly fair in my my understanding of what was going on, is that this is about taking a situation and making it better for the people who are using it. I think that when the member was mentioning that it wasn't mandatory, so if I'm getting this straight, let me just understand. So the previous government, our opposition, is saying that it wasn't mandatory, but there was top-ups for those who did it. We're offering top-ups in principle for the exact same method that is happening now without creating a burden of paperwork for these incredible humans that take care of our children to be able to actually run their programs. And yet, they want accreditation that wasn't mandatory. Isn't that by its very nature red tape? Is that not by its very nature creating a burden for a system that needs to have as many spots available and make sure that it's accessible? We can debate that piece of it as much as we want, but if it wasn't mandatory in the first place, and then on top of that, when the principles are the same of what the expectations are of any organization that is taking care of our munchkins, my thought would be is that those dollars, the $3 million that the member opposite was having, plus the other $10 million, so $13 million in total, went to top-ups to make sure not only is that childcare accessible, Madam Speaker, but it's especially accessible to those who are struggling, low socioeconomic, especially, and it actually forces the government to have more transparency about how those dollars are moving, and make sure that the programs that are needing that support actually receive that support. I actually think those are fantastic opportunities and amazing changes to a system that, you know, to the member was mentioning that system was there before, and then they changed the system. And so this is another tweak to that system to make sure that as many kids as possible can be in the system, and so that we can leverage the dollars that we have to stretch them as far as possible to make sure that as many kids are able to benefit from that. I remember the minister talking about this in the opening of her debate, speaking very eloquently about making sure that those who need this can get it. And this is really important. And when we choose an option that there are options to have winners and losers in a system that is really differentiated. Like I could kind of understand if the member was sort of comparing apples to apples, but we actually have a lot of different differentiation in the system. We have daycare operators, we have licensed, like larger operators, we have organizations and corporations that run opportunities. There's so many choices, which is wonderful. And as far as the early learning piece of it goes, I would question the member was talking about how it's in the name, but there's nothing within the legislation. Well, that's because we're not dictating how to educate these little ones that are in daycare. It's not about dictating education at that point in time. Isn't that the choice of the parents? So like, for example, my friend that I mentioned, who takes her her little ones to this wonderful lady who speaks Spanish. So is there going to be a criteria that all have to learn Spanish, or there has to be a second language, or that there's certain things that have to be required? Accreditation didn't do that either. To the member's point, accreditation didn't make anything, there was nothing in the legislation to push early childhood learning. So I find it interesting. And again, I think that what will happen as a result of this, as a result of choices, competition kicks in. You know, the word of mouth of an excellent provider. And then on top of that, to have the top-ups to be able to attract talent into that pool of workers. And then on top of that, to be able to make sure that the parents' wishes are of utmost importance, and especially right now, because like school, you know, our teachers are with our kids more than we are a lot of the time, especially through their school years. Those impacts are absolutely, it's hard to put it into words, it's hard to put it onto paper. So I would like to take this moment, again, to thank the minister, but also to thank our childcare workers that are doing a phenomenal job under the circumstances, and to the work that they're going to do with that early piece of our kids while we trust our munchkins with these folks while we're heading off to work, and especially for our frontline workers and all of those that are keeping our population safe right now. I'd like to send an extra shout out to them as well too, and again to the minister for being able to get those childcare spaces opened really quickly at the beginning of this crisis. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2 on Bill 39? Seeing none, I will ask the question. On Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on Bill 39 in Committee of the Whole. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to rise, and I also have an amendment that I would like to put forward. So this is the actual one, and then that's the other.
It's a two-pager. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A3. Please note the 2 pages. Honourable member, please note moving on behalf of another member and no names.
Sorry, did you say I should go ahead and read it?
Please.
Yes, okay, sorry. This is brought forward by my honourable colleague from Edmonton Whitemud, and it's to move that Bill 39, Childcare Licensing, Early Learning and Childcare Amendment Act 2020 be amended in Section 5 by striking out the proposed Section 1.1 and substituting the following. Principles. 1.1. This act is to be interpreted and applied in accordance with the following principles. A. The best interest, safety, security, well-being, and development of a child are paramount to all other interests. B. All children have a right to access high quality early learning and childcare from their birth until age 5, being a critical period for developing foundations for a child's thinking, behaving, and emotional and social well-being. C. Flexibility, affordability, and inclusiveness in high-quality early learning and childcare supports choice and accessibility for families. D. Properly qualified and supported early childhood educators play a critical role in the provision of high-quality early learning and childcare. F. Engagement of parents, guardians, and community members in the provision of high-quality early learning and childcare supports a child's optimal development. E. Indigenous families and Indigenous early childhood educators must be treated as partners in developing early learning and childcare programs that include Indigenous traditions, languages, and ways of knowing. G. High-quality early learning and childcare requires that systematic collection, analysis, and sharing of information and data by the Government of Alberta and providers of childcare to enable comprehensive planning, management, and continuous improvement of early learning and the childcare system. Okay, so that is the complete amendment. And I think I want to highlight, Madam Chair, just one of the, I think, the very most important parts of that. And that is that we know that the primary indicator of quality early childhood education is the qualifications and ongoing professional development of early childhood educators. And so this amendment certainly supports this legislation, these principles, to see that and know that that's one of the very fundamental things to childcare. And I feel that, I've been a social worker for 30 years, and in that time, my profession has sort of grown. At first, a lot of people called themselves social workers who had no educational background, no training in social work, didn't have registration, and it's like anyone can be a social worker. And I feel like this legislation is important too, because it's not anybody who can be a child care provider. We need people who have actually the education and the background to do this. It's just not some nice lady down the street. Actually, you want someone to be educated, understand child development, be able to respond to that child's needs, stimulate them in all sorts of ways beyond my understanding, because I'm not an early childhood educator. But I feel like that's still a mistake, and that even though social work now, it's mandatory, you can't call yourself a social worker unless you are registered with the Alberta College of Social Workers, and you can't use that title, it's all protected. This area is still very weak, and people can still, say, oh yeah, put out a shingle, I'm going to do this. But guess what? We may be putting our children in harm's way because of that, and that we need to actually have strong principles like this amendment puts forward, where we do ensure that educators have the proper training and background and experience and supervision, because if not, children aren't supported to increase their development appropriatary. And I certainly, it's still so prevalent in our province that children are sometimes put in situations where they're vulnerable and they're not cared for well. So certainly I know that the government wants to keep children safe, wants to make sure that they have the support and the development that they should. And that is accomplished by people with early childhood education and background. And so this principle makes that very important. And as my honourable colleague from Beverly Clareview talked about, it's just like the research is phenomenal. There's just study after study that has shown us without question that 0 to 5, that age group, it's so fundamental that a child have good development and supports at that age. It can reverse even, a situation that they may have been in that wasn't very optimal for their development. But those 0 to 5 years are so crucial, and that is so important for governments to be investing in early childhood education and making sure that those educators have the right credentials to do that kind of work. So I mean, this amendment certainly addresses that. And it is troubling, I must say, that this government sort of is, again, opening up the view like it's the gal down the street. It doesn't really matter who it is that provides this kind of care for kids. It does matter. It does fundamentally matter. And as I think is very clear from the research, I mean, many of you may have known, it's like ancient history now, but the Head Start program made a phenomenal difference for kids who were in low income, maybe sometimes very ghettoized neighborhoods, things like that. It helped them be able to enter the school system, like in grade 1, and be at the same level with some of the more sort of nourishing family life, a more stable, maybe a higher income with, more stimulation, more books, more creative activities and toys around them. And the Head Start program has shown what a huge difference that made. So, I mean, I'd really ask the government members to see the value of this and the significant importance in making sure that people who are caring for our very small children have the right educational background, and that as I said before, that's one of the primary indicators of quality early childhood education is the qualifications and the ongoing professional development of early childhood educators. So that would strengthen this legislation. And so I really ask members to be in support of this. We certainly know that, as my honourable colleagues have talked about before, taking away the accreditation program and putting in some sort of, I don't know, sometimes people have been said sort of good feel principles, that don't have any teeth because you can't monitor them. I'd go further and say, this is milquetoast. This is not doing anything to make sure that our children are safe. We know that legislation is about having, creating some teeth so people have to fulfill on things. So it's very sad that the government doesn't understand this, and instead of strengthening an accreditation process, they're actually weakening it very much. And certainly, I mean, we hear nice words that, of course, we care and we want kids taken care of, but yet, any kind of investment is sort of evaporated from this ministry. They took $135 million out of this ministry. So, please, I have a little bit of trouble believing the authenticity of that kind of happy words that say they care when that kind of funding decision is made. We certainly know that the Association of Early Childhood Educators, who was consulted regarding this amendment that's been put forward just now, has talked about the importance of education, and they put forward 3 priorities, and one is raising education and education-related standards. So this amendment, of course, goes forward in that area. Legislating mandatory ongoing professional learning, which is another area that this amendment speaks of, and adopting early learning curriculum framework. So all 3 of those priorities of the Association of Early Childhood Educators of Alberta, so these are the people who work in the field, and it's their umbrella association that is very much in charge of understanding what's going on in that field, and these are their recommendations. And sadly, the legislation does not address any of these priorities. So I just really commend the government members to actually vote in favor of this amendment, because this amendment does actually bring this stakeholders, which speaks for thousands of childcare workers, concerns forward. So the legislation could be much more powerful and have some deeper meaning, and as I said, it can make sure that the people who are caring for 0 to 5-year-old children, Alberta's next generation, that they have the qualifications and the training to do what is needed, and that they even know. And it isn't, unfortunately, as some people think, it's just some nice gal down the street. No, that's insufficient, and that is not what is needed here. So with that, I will end my debate. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer North. South.
That's okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to stand briefly and just comment on the amendment and the comments that were just made. The member opposite referred to a gal down the street or a nice lady not being qualified to provide care for a child. And, and I don't think the member intends this at all. I truly don't. But I know, looking at my own family and from life experience, character, serving with a heart full of love and with kindness, is far more important than education. I would love to have even the great mothers in Alberta who may not have formal education or training in being a mother, and they're full-time caring for their children. But because their hearts are full of love, and they work hard and serve in kindness, that is far more important than training or education. I would much rather have my child cared for by someone who loved my child and who was kind and conscientious and hardworking than someone necessarily that had education but didn't have those characteristics. So I am not going to spend a lot of time, but I think, just sort of disparaging someone just because they lack formal education or training in a matter does not disqualify them from providing this important service. With that, Madam Chair, I'd just like to make that comment.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Decour.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to rise this evening to speak to, more or less Bill 39, the Child Care Licensing, Early Learning and Child Care Amendment Act, and of course specifically the amendment that's just been brought forward here, A3. I think it's most important to say that if Alberta is going to be able to come through in its economic recovery, affordable and accessible quality childcare and early learning must be a key pillar. We cannot compromise on that because without that, we are going to find ourselves where parents are not able to get the childcare that they need to be able to go to work, make a paycheck, pay the bills. And I certainly always think about that single mom that I remember meeting when the $25 a day childcare program came out. She was planning to go back to school because she wanted a better life for her and her kids. And when that program came in, I was there the day it was announced, and she was in tears because she came up to me and she says, you don't understand, you just put me through school. I was going to go back. I was hoping I would be able to make it. I was pretty sure probably wasn't, but now I am. And so when you have those types of stories, to think that child care is not a key pillar is incredibly short-sighted. Now, the challenge we face here with Bill 39, and of course the reason why we've now brought forward a couple amendments, a third one now here, and I'm sure some of the members who served in the 29th legislature will remember this. We unfortunately have a bad piece of legislation, but I think this amendment will probably make it less bad. And so I know some debate has swirled a little bit around accreditation, and I find I must speak up on this component. I have a child care provider in Edmonton-Decour that's been a pillar of the community for over 50 years. And the executive director there, who's been around for a very, very long time, remembers when accreditation came in. And that's significant because, with my background being in labor, whenever you have the ability to access someone who knows the history, who was there. I've said it in this House before, when we're crafting legislation, it's not necessarily for us here at this moment, because we all know what's going on. It's for when we're gone and people don't necessarily have access to us. They should be able to read this language and interpret what it's supposed to mean. But in those situations where you do have access to those individuals, they were there, they remembered why it happened. And I know the member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview spoke to this a little bit. The entire program of accreditation was driven by the industry itself. They said, we want a program that's voluntary. You don't have to do this. You have to absolutely maintain the minimum standards for your license, but we want a program that will allow us the ability to go over and above and be able to stand out in the crowd. That was his exact words to me. It was their ability to stand out in the crowd. And so, this gave parents an opportunity that should they choose that particular childcare provider that decided to go after accreditation, that they were sort of getting that little bit extra. And so by removing the accreditation, we're simply saying, well, this is sort of the minimum standards. And I find that to be a bit of a pattern now with the government, Madam Chair, where we seem to be just going for the bare minimum. We have higher standards, no, let's bring them down. Can we chase after better? No, we don't want to do that. And it's this pattern of this race to the bottom, which concerns me a lot. I also hear the words red tape thrown out here a lot. And obviously, as the critic for red tape, the hairs in the back of my neck stand up sometime. When I hear this, we've seen language in the bill regarding removal of renewal terms, time limits for when licenses have been revoked. And so this is concerning language, because the reason they were brought in to begin with was because there was concerns about the implications of that. And so now we have Amendment A3, which looks at the wording of this section, and I won't go through because the member previous spoke to the amendment in full of what it does. But it fails to address what the stakeholders were calling for in their submissions around the preamble. And so the other concern I have is I see a pattern within the government. They're saying one thing, but they're doing something else. They're doing one thing, saying something else. Or they're bringing in legislation that says one thing, but then they say something else. And we constantly seem to have these things colliding all the time. I mean, right in the title of the bill itself, early learning childcare. Yet the bill does not address it at all. So are you trying to do something about early learning childcare or not? And so it always seems to come down to the language being presented. And I think our ability to take A3 and incorporate that into the bill will start to clarify some of these things. I mean, I know the one section here that I think is incredibly important around Indigenous families, Indigenous early learning childhood educators must be treated as partners in developing early learning and childcare programs that include Indigenous traditions, languages, and ways of knowing. But the problem is some of the actions that we've seen from the government, some of the things that they've said, some of the things that they haven't said, starts to conflict in terms of our relationship with the Indigenous peoples of this province. I mean, one of the earliest examples is the failure of the government to recognize the past was a genocide for Indigenous peoples. We have to come to grips with that. That's what happened. And so by incorporating Amendment A3. At least we have the opportunity to move that forward. There is an incredible amount of work that needs to be done. And our Indigenous partners must be included in that. But there's a lack of language within the bill. Always seems to come down to the language. So my hope is that government members will take a hard look at this amendment, not just simply dismiss it because, well, it was the NDP that brought it in. I have to say, Madam Chair, it's getting a little tired. Come up with a better excuse. If it's so bad, tell me why. Explain it, go through it, walk through. I think the member for St. Albert said it best, show your work. If it really is that bad, then I'm willing to accept that. But then can we possibly change it? Rather than just simply shooting it down because it happened to come from this side of the floor. Our children are our greatest resource. We have the chance to make things better. We want them every opportunity to be given the tools so that they can then go ahead later on in life and lead on the world stage, like I know they can. But it can't be just backed up by legislation. It also has to be backed up with the money to provide it. And I know my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview went into that a lot. So I urge all members to support this amendment. I think it will make this bill a little less bad, to use the term that I used to hear in the 29th legislature when referred to some of our legislation. But at the end of the day, let's do what's right for our kids.
Any other members? Oh, sorry. The Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity to debate. I just wanted to, I guess I have a question that potentially can be spoken about later in other debates, but I'm just curious, Madam Chair, if the need for, if the desire for accreditation is there and was brought forward by the sector, then, and they wanted it to be voluntary, then how is mandatory, why wasn't it made mandatory then? How is it better? Because you could do the accreditation, but it's similar to the licensing. The licensing is asking for the exact same things that the accreditation is asking for. And in fact, more top-ups are going as a result of that in order to attract that talent. So for example, before just around 16,000 childcare workers were able to get top-ups before. Those top-ups are continuing. In fact, there's 18,000 now that will have those top-ups. The other thing is, too, is that I want to make sure that the opposition is not implying that licensing will somehow harm our children. I'm assuming that that's not what was intended, but I just want to clarify that if we're going to talk about language, important, very important, that the language that we're using isn't in any way intending that a licensed daycare worker or a person who is certified, even if it's the lovely lady down the street, is not in any way going to harm our children. I would like to speak about my colleague across who talked about the love of a person who is taking care of one of our children. I was really, really lucky in my lifetime that we had grandparents and family. I mean, our children, we always say our children are raised by a village. Right? I certainly can't take credit for raising my kids completely by myself. They were raised by a lot of different people, a lot of different ideas and everything. I'm so grateful for that. But I don't ever want any of us in here to make a conflation between licensing and harm to our children. And just to be clear, I just want to make that clarification. I also wanted to say, too, dollars have also been directed, Madam Chair, to provide resources and updated resources for parents and operators in order to make sure that they have all of the tools that they need to be the best caregivers that they possibly could. And So they're licensed, certified. There's still conferences that are available. Of course, I'm not sure what they're doing under the COVID protocols, but child development, there's still grant funding available for all of that. And of course, the enhanced subsidy that went out to 28,000 families, which actually created a place where some families, Madam Chair, are only paying $13 a day to make sure that their kids get fantastic childcare. I'd also like to thank again the Minister for her Safe Restart program. That really was, we were amongst the first in Canada to be able to get that going, to make sure that our workers that were on the front lines had safe places for their babes to go. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to adjourn debate. Thank you.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. Members, we are now on Bill 38 in Committee of the Whole, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. It's an honor to rise to speak to Bill 38, as I have had a couple opportunities to speak to this legislation up to this point, and always appreciate another opportunity. And you know, I continue to have the same concerns that I've had in my previous discussions, particularly around the fact that this is amending so many pieces of legislation that in many instances are completely unrelated. You know, talking about the 6 acts that are in here relating to the justice system, of course, the Jury Act, Police Act, Provincial Offences Procedure Act, Queen's Counsel Act, Victim Restitution and Compensation Act, and of course my favorite, the Referendum Act. And so, you know, we've seen a pattern from this UCP government where they bring forward legislation with, you know, many pieces involved. And in some instances, I find myself wanting to support some of the things that we're seeing in here, potentially around, you know, creating more opportunities for jury summons to be done through electronic means and other potentially, you know, modernizations of the justice system. I think that there's room for me to be able to support those pieces within this legislation. The concern for me that continues is that at the same time as they make some common sense changes, we also see bigger changes in terms of, you know, the Victim Restitution and Compensation Act legislation in here. We've raised many questions around that, as well as the changes to the Queen's Counsel Act. I mean, once again, these are very different pieces of legislation that deserve to see the light of day and not necessarily being debated at 9 p.m. I think that all Albertans should have an opportunity for input in this legislation. And so, once again, while I have concerns with pieces of here, and on the other hand, I can support certain pieces within here, my biggest concern, I would say, is the piece around the Referendum Act changes. And I've spoken to these changes even into the past with Bill 26 and Bill 27, Bill 29, you might recall at the time that those were introduced, raised many concerns, as did the alarm bells go off across the province with municipalities and Albertans, all Albertans alike from different stripes. This government, of course, cannot be trusted. Madam Speaker, we have seen this government and ministers literally attacking democracy in the past in the decisions that they've made to put forward legislation, literally attacking democracy in our province. And so when we look back to, even back to the leadership contest of this UCP government, many things happened, that many things took place that, you know, there was conversations about voter fraud that led to an RCMP investigation of, I've raised this before, members sitting in this very legislature being interviewed by the RCMP. We had the member from Calgary East was investigated by the Elections Commissioner for fraud.
Member for Calgary West.
Is it the attacking democracy?
Calgary West. Thank you. Under
23H, I, and J, which I would say infusing false motives. Look, as a former police officer, I can tell you that having interviewed many, many people within my life doesn't mean that everybody I interviewed is guilty in some way. And the insinuation that any member on this side of the House is in any way a suspect or guilty of anything by being interviewed by a police officer, I suggest that the members opposite pick up a criminal code, read it, and then they can have an understanding of what the law is and how police actually conduct investigations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not a point of order. Much more obviously than our previous point of order where we had a member specifically accusing another member, here we have someone who's just talking about the history and used the word. Our member was talking about facts, talking about things that are part of the public record as part of a larger debate relating to this very important Justice Bill, Bill number 38. I would suggest this was not a point of order intended to incite debate, rather talking about related issues that are important to the discussion that is happening here. And certainly the member did not mischaracterize anything, rather just spoke facts that are in the newspapers about what investigations are and are not taking place. So, Madam Speaker, I submit to you this was not a point of order.
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to bring up the point of language here. It's not about investigations or anything like that. The fact that the newspapers are being used as a relevant source in order to be able to say that, especially when language that came from disparaging comments that came from across the way, not necessarily factual information. I do believe this is not a matter of debate, and some of those pieces of information in there are factually incorrect.
Honourable members, I'm concerned that we're going down a path that doesn't lead to good, productive debate in this assembly so early in this evening's session. I will not find a point of order. However, I will express some caution in the language that's being used in this debate, just for the sake of a healthy debate here this evening. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West End to continue.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments being raised, and so I will do my best to carry on without any further concern. But, you know, the point I was trying to make is that, you know, while these circumstances took place, I am very concerned to have a UCP government who have, you know, had these accusations made against them, whether they were true or false is you know, can be left to the public record as it has been already and as we see the investigation continue to roll out. My concern is that while that investigation continues on to this day, I do not personally believe that, you know, that I can fully trust that everyone should. Sir.
Thank you. Again, under 23H. Oh, thank you very much. Again, under 23H and J, I certainly encourage the member, if he is fully aware that there is an investigation ongoing and he has been in contact with the police service that may or may not be conducting this investigation, then certainly he has more knowledge than anybody on this side of the bench. So I certainly would like to ask him if he would like to continue down this path where he is, again, insinuating false motives on other members by saying that there is some sort of ongoing investigation when the police have been very, very clear that they are not saying one way or the other whether they are conducting or not conducting an investigation. I have some serious concerns that this line for which he is going down is indeed a point of order and is indeed inferring false motives on members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, I would argue that this is not a point of order. The member is simply recounting things that are of public knowledge. And although I did reference newspapers earlier, I would submit it is not fake news. We are talking about the public record that reporters have gotten information from members of the police services. And the member is engaging in what I think is a very important debate in this House. And so I would submit to you this is not a point of order, Madam Chair.
Honourable members. Honourable members. I would suggest that if we were having a debate on the bill, we wouldn't be in this territory. In the interest of moving forward, there will be one more chance given to the honourable member to discuss the bill in which is at hand, which I know is going to be a rather exciting, interesting debate, particularly on this topic, and on this topic only. I will not find a point of order, but I will express some very serious caution in the rest of the honourable member's remarks. The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I once again appreciate the ongoing conversation here. And, just to get to the point of the amendments that we're seeing to referendums, of course, that was within the platform of the UCP, but the platform failed to mention the ideas that we saw in the previous legislation before the House that created the opportunities for referendums on a provincial level, and of course now we're seeing it stretch through Bill 38 to the municipal level, that these referendums could be had in conjunction with municipal elections. Now, the UCP failed to mention in their platform that, they called it grassroots referendums would be, opportunities for that to take place. But unfortunately, in past legislation that we've seen from this government, indeed, it is the Premier who would have the final say on what a referendum would actually be presented to Albertans, or what it would say, and what the details of that would entail. And so while this government once again claims to be, grassroots, and that they'll bring the ideas of grassroots Albertans forward, it appears through this legislation and the other election changes that they brought forward through past legislation, that indeed it is quite the opposite, whether we're talking about the opportunity for PACs to be prevalent in our province and spend money across our province, and in conjunction with the changes made to Senate elections and past referendum changes, there is a lot of money that is going to influence elections moving forward, and that is before we've even had an opportunity to see what a municipal election looks like under past changes that this UCP government has made. And so I know that other members would like to speak. I will leave it at that. But once again, while I see pieces within Bill 38 that I could potentially support, unfortunately, this government has made a very bad habit of creating omnibus bills that make it very hard for us to support it in whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 38? The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my privilege to rise this evening to speak to Bill 38, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I think this piece of legislation, like the previous member was talking about, is quite extensive in some of the pieces of this legislation that they would like to change. When we look at the steps that they're making to support Indigenous communities with First Nations police services, this is absolutely something that we can support. But that alone, Madam Chair, could have been a standalone piece of legislation. It's something that I think deserves a lot of attention, and I'm happy to see that it's in here. I do have some questions about how this came to be. Were all of the First Nations communities consulted with? What did that look like? A question that I think is a safe question is, who's going to fund this? Is this something that the federal government is going to be expected to fund? We've seen some significant cuts to police services from this government, such as $13 million to the Calgary Police Services. I think that when we're looking at creating this piece of legislation that allows a creation of First Nations police services, I think it's a fair question to say who's funding this. What is the motivation behind this? Is it something that they're going to put onto the feds, which we've heard over and over in this House, in news releases when it comes to COVID, et cetera, that it's something that they're relying on the federal government to fund? I'm curious about what that looks like. The unfortunate thing, aside from the success of the the creation of the First Nations Police Services is that there's many other pieces in this legislation that does not seem to be in the best interest of Albertans. There's some serious implications for Albertans, and I'm curious who they were consulted, who they consulted with to implement these changes. I know that some of the things that we're hearing, I'm sure this government is hearing as well, are some really concerning things that Albertans have regarding the safety of their communities, the safety of their municipalities, and the capacity for those communities and municipalities to fund services like the police. I know in Edmonton Castle Downs, policing it's been a tricky area when it comes to some of the racism that occurs in the community. There's triggers that happen whenever there's an attack on the Muslim community. There's fear that runs through our community, and there's people in the community that are legitimately torn, whether to trust the police because they've perhaps had some negative experiences, or reach out to them because they're there to protect them. I know with the recent election in the United States, there was extreme fear from the Muslim community, wanting to know what the police would be able to do to support them. I know that that's what Albertans are talking about. When we're introducing a piece of legislation that directly impacts policing, it's a little disheartening to see that that is completely left out. They're not talking about what I know Albertans are talking about. The wonderful thing about Edmonton is that we have a group of very dedicated police officers in the hate crimes unit who do great work with engaging within the Arab community, the Muslim community. I know that they have a great presence at the Al Rashid Mosque. They're someone that the mosque believes in. The police are there often in celebration and in protection. And so when we look at some of these amazing services that our police departments offer, such as the hate crimes unit, it worries me with cuts. Are those the type of services that are going to be cut? Some of the great progress that some communities are making to address the current circumstances, the current feel in the province. There's a lot of things that happen in the United States that have had direct impact in Alberta, across the country, to be quite frank, Madam Chair. And I think that people's fear is legitimate. When people are afraid to leave the house in a hijab because they are seen as a target, we need strong support within the police services to continue to engage communities, to help educate communities so that people feel safe and feel protected. And I know that there's great work going on. And my fear is that when we're looking at Bill 38, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act, it doesn't come up. It isn't talked about what sort of services can be counted on by Albertans. They're worried about the cuts that are happening. And I can tell you that many members of the police are coming forward, and they're concerned about what their ability to actually police and do community engagement means. There's programs that used to run, the NET team, which was the neighborhood enhancement team that was thriving in Edmonton Castle Downs. And it was a social worker and a police officer that their job was to engage in the community, to help build trust and safety. And it provided a safe place where if people were feeling that things that were going wrong in their community, that they could trust the police to do those things. That program is gone. And with the cuts that are happening, I'm fearful that more amazing programs like that are going to be cut. Programs where the communities rely on those bonding and relationships with their police officers. I know in Edmonton Castle Downs we have some incredible officers that are dedicated to our community, and they're engaged. They attend community events. They attend community organization meetings. They're tuned in to what's happening. One of the things that I think is pretty exciting is when you see police officers and youth engage in floor hockey or basketball, and it's relationship building. But when you're cutting the police service, those are the types of programs that get cut. And I just worry that this is where this government is continuing to head. They deserve a government that has their backs and a real plan to ensure that there's a safety within the province. And unfortunately, I don't see that. Another piece of this legislation that I have some questions about is related to the Jury Act. It allows jury summons to be sent electronically. I think that the way that society is moving, that it seems like a reasonable change, especially with how progressive many organizations and individuals have become used to this form of communication because of COVID. I think that this makes sense, but I'm curious about what happens when someone receives an email that was clearly sent. However, it might end up in their junk folder, or perhaps individuals aren't in the regular routine of checking emails. If you do not appear to jury summons, that's an offense. So what is the criteria that's being put in place to kind of catch some of those things? How is it going to be proven that this email wasn't received? Is there kind of a balance in place when it comes to people's accessibility to email? I know that in Edmonton Castle Downs, our public library is one of the main one of the main features that is run out of that library is access to the computers, where individuals will go and sign into their computer because they don't have access to that technology at home. So I'm just curious what the oversight is to this. I'm excited that we're in the chamber talking about this, and I look forward to more debate on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good job. Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 38? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to add some more comments to Bill 38, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I just want to thank the member for Edmonton Castle Downs for her insight. Certainly her background always provides some very great insight into the communities, how people perceive things. And, you know, I very luckily get to share a border with her riding. And, you know, when she's able to talk in depth about her communities, I feel like she talks about mine as well, because we're so close and we share that. Like her, I am concerned about some of the direction the government has taken around policing, specifically, as she had mentioned, cuts within the system itself, and possibly maybe a reliance on, you know, raiding the victims of crime fund in order to pay potentially for some things, which leads me to my point around changes to the Police Act, and specifically how that is going to look for Indigenous peoples, First Nations, that want to be able to have police services within their communities. You know, the first question that I have, and luckily now that we are in committee of the whole, I do, you know, hope that we will see the minister or someone from the front bench get up to address some of these concerns around funding for these. We know currently right now that 3 communities do have police services. Will those communities that do want to come on board with their own local police communities, will they have access to the same level of services that the ones that are established already? And it's funny how it will always come down to dollars. And so when we see the government is you know, clawing back some of those needed dollars within municipalities, I worry that we might see ourselves with a bit of a shortfall in that department. So I'm hoping that we will get some clarity on that, and you know, we want to ensure that those communities just simply have the same level of services that any other municipality would have, including even the big cities. I'm also curious, again, and I've asked this before, around an alternative dispute resolution or traditional, culturally relevant means of justice. Will that be available to them, or are we simply going to say, here's a whole bunch of rules and you have to follow them, even though you know your communities better? So I'm hoping we will see some clarity around that. I think the minister needs to be able to clearly articulate that to Indigenous communities about what is going to be available to them, how it will be available to them, and again, who's responsible for the cost. I certainly hope that the province is prepared to step up rather than simply pushing it off to the federal government to try to deal with, because we've seen a bit of a pattern where it seems the province is waiting on everybody else to do something, whether that be the federal government, whether that be the municipal government, whether that be Albertans in general. It's time for some leadership here, and just take the reins. And if it should be the case where the federal government should be stepping up with dollars, let's provide those services to begin with, and we can always chase after the federal government later for it should it go there. I too have some concerns around the Jury Act, and thinking about some of the communities that call Edmonton to core home. I know there are lower income communities, which the reality is might not have access to internet. I see it all the time going into some of my local stores. People buying time for their phone because they need the phone, but they don't necessarily have the data services, which means by notifying people by electronic means could start to pose a challenge. And should they get a notification and they don't respond, as the member from Edmonton Castle Downs had mentioned, now we're starting to talk about penalties. Well, when people can't afford internet access or data plans on their phone, they're certainly not going to be able to afford penalties. Are you now considering, throwing these people in jail simply because of their financial situations? So we really, really need to see some clarity around that and what kind of options are available to people by going down this route here. Some of the other things that I would like to address here, of course, is around the Referendum Act. I clearly remember, of course, in the 29th legislature, we always used to see the opposition wanting to see economic impact studies done about proposed legislation that the government brought forward almost ad nauseum. And so, here I am wondering, when you're looking at this Referendum Act and the changes that are being proposed, where we could see decisions about provincial affairs occurring at the municipal level, it's funny, it still comes down to dollars, Madam Chair. What's the province going to do? Is the province going to foot the bill for those kinds of things, or are they going to download it onto the municipality like we've seen as of late? I hate to say it, it kind of feels a little bit like interfering in a municipality's ability to make decisions for itself. I mean, they are the ones that tend to deal directly with Albertans in their local communities, and it seems the government wants to constantly play around in their pool. And so, as we see this moving forward, what kind of burdens are going to be placed on them? for that. I think the government needs to be clear about this before we pass this legislation, because if they are on the hook for the bill, and municipalities are struggling with their funding, you can't simply point a finger at them and saying, well, you don't have your fiscal house in order, you need to control your spending. No, you've downloaded those costs on the municipality, and I think the province should be on the hook for them if that is indeed what you want to do, and start, I guess, forcing these types of things onto municipalities. But I'm sure as the debate proceeds through Committee of the Whole, hopefully we'll see some answers around that. I'll probably have more to say on that, but at this time I will be happy to take my seat and see what we hear.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 38? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to rise in this House, as it always is, and this is in fact my first time debating this week, and I just, of course, as always, want to just give a shout out to all those frontline workers right now who are doing amazing work, and many of whom feel quite discouraged right now and quite disheartened, and we just want them to know that we stand with them and we support them, and we will continue to have their backs. So I'd love to speak a little bit about Bill 38, and actually what I am going to focus on is an amendment that I have to introduce. But before I get to that, I want to echo some of the comments of my colleagues who've spoken so eloquently tonight. This is a fairly large piece of legislation that amends a number of acts, and certainly, just with any piece of omnibus legislation, there are a few elements that we support, but there are a number of concerns, and I won't repeat the same ones just in the interest of time. Although I do want to just highlight the particular concerns around some of the pieces with Indigenous supports, how Indigenous folks are being consulted. It's a common theme. I feel like a broken record standing in this House asking about consultation. And in this case, we deserve to, Albertans deserve to know who in fact was consulted and what role did the various First Nations play. So with that, I would like to speak more at length about my specific amendment. My specific amendment speaks to the Jury Act. Can I just give you all those? Perfect.
Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A1. Honourable member, just note you're moving on behalf of another member and no names, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly learning that. I can no longer play the new card here. Yes, the member for Calgary-McCall, on his behalf, I will move that Bill 38, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 1 by striking out subsection 2 and substituting the following. Section 8 is amended in subsection 3 by striking out "or" at the end of Clause A and by adding the following after Clause A. A1 by sending it by electronic means using information obtained under the authority of an enactment or with the person's consent, or B in subsection 5 by striking out "on payment of the fee prescribed by the regulations and so, again, I'll just speak to this briefly, and I'm moving on behalf of the member from Calgary-McCall, who is one of our members of our lawyer caucus, and I hope I do him proud if he's watching at home tonight. Certainly, I've learned a lot from our lawyer caucus, and one of the things that they've made quite clear to us is that we know that access to justice and a functioning justice system is key to a healthy democracy. And so what this amendment specifically does, like I said, it addresses the Jury Act, and what it does is it one of the things it does is it provides a jury summons via electronic means, and we support that. I mean, absolutely, on our side of the House, we recognize very much that innovating and matching the practices of the justice system to our modern society absolutely makes sense to ensure fair access to justice. And if anything, I mean, the pandemic should have taught us many things. Unfortunately, we aren't seeing necessarily lessons learned by this government, but we have learned that technology and adapting is certainly critical. I don't know about the rest of you in this House today, but I was on multiple Zooms, and some days I'm on Zooms all day long. So we know the importance of technology. However, we want to maintain a prescribed form for jury summons, especially when introducing the ability to give summons via electronic means. For those who don't know, a jury summons is a legal document which of course carries with it responsibilities and repercussions. So we are saying absolutely that should be a prescribed form. As the bill outlines that if you remove the requirements of a prescribed form, the bill does outline that would make anything really official. So we're saying, so could a note on a napkin be considered official? Could a Instagram post be considered official? Where would you draw the line? And I mean, I don't mean to joke about it, but it does. We need to underscore the fact that there needs to be clarity and certainty in the justice system for it to be healthy and for it to be functioning. And so in the context of a jury summons, that means most certainly a prescribed form. Obviously, this means, because the bill includes the use of an electronic form, we know that the prescribed form will have to change. We understand that, and we believe and we hope the minister will very much consider this amendment, because we know the minister is capable of making this change through regulations and does not need to remove the prescribed form. The other piece we're pointing out here is that our amendment will remove the prescribed fee. We've made it very clear, and I remember talking about other bills in the legislature over the last year and a bit, where we've really encouraged this government to consider affordability and consider access to the justice system for all folks from an array of socioeconomic backgrounds. And by creating financial barriers, which this fee does, that only serves to create a stratification of class within the justice system. And so we know that by this one small change, our system will be fairer and it will be, in turn, more accessible. And so we're urging the government, these are common sense changes. Like I said, I know our member from Calgary McCall and the rest of our lawyers in our caucus have analyzed this bill thoroughly, and these are not partisan amendments or anything. These are amendments that will truly make this bill stronger and will make the justice system more accessible and more fair for everyday Albertans. So we hope that the members opposite can see that and will support our amendment. Thank you.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the bill. Bill 38, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Close-ish.
The Honourable Minister.
I move to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. Honourable members, we are now on Bill 40, the Forest Growing Alberta's Forest Sector Amendment Act 2020. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin my remarks on Bill 40, I'd like to first indulge the House by mentioning the reason for my wearing the Vyshyvanka today, of course, is to commemorate the Holodomor, which took tens of millions of lives, Ukrainian lives, in 1932, 1933, in a famine perpetrated by the Soviet regime against Ukrainian population. Of course, my father's mother, my Baba Tekla, was part of the immigration wave of Ukrainian settlers who populated Western Canada, having arrived in Canada in 1913 with 3 young children, and of course 4 more came later, including my father. And I remember her very well, and I wish to honor her and my father's family by commemorating the remembrance of the millions who died at the hands of the Soviet regime. So with that said, thank you for that and that opportunity to commemorate that heritage that I share with many others in this House. And I'd like to continue by speaking in her name about Bill 40 and bring forward some concerns I have about the legislation. Certainly an act to modernize an industry that's so integral to the province is one that we look forward to. I'm not certain whether it achieves an awful lot. In fact, I would say it doesn't achieve a whole lot after stating in the preamble and talking about it in the House. The Minister for Agriculture and Forestry seems to be quite proud that this is the culmination of an act that took 50 years to arrive, and that there was a real amount of consultation that went into this, and that this will fill the gaps that haven't been addressed since 1971, when the act was most recently changed and updated. So one would have expected a much more comprehensive piece of legislation, Madam Chair, if one was to address all of the changes that have taken place technologically, culturally, geographically, climatologically, geologically, hydrologically throughout the province in the forestry sector. There's numerous things. There was a totally different landscape that we're in. Trade-wise, international trade supply routes have been affected. We've gone through a number, at least 5, if I believe I'm correct, softwood lumber disputes with the United States, which the minister believes he's addressed partly by this legislation, but really has been ineffectual. The part that the minister talks about addressing the softwood lumber disputes to perhaps make it easier to win our cases if and when, and probably when, is more likely the United States decides to rumble forward and bring forward another softwood lumber claim, is that they've now made the timber dues transparent, and they're a matter of public record. And therefore, the powers that be in the United States will have less of an argument to suggest that we were kind of masking the dues that we were charging, when in fact, Madam Chair, if you listen to any of our Canadian trade representatives talk about the negotiations that take place over softwood lumber disputes over the years, believe me, Madam Chair, they're not dealing with ill-equipped or under-informed individuals on the other side of the United States. They know full well what these numbers are. And simply by publishing these numbers and making them publicly available and so-called transparent does nothing to forward the trade dispute to resolution mechanisms that we have with the United States. They are totally a child of the lumber lobby in the United States, which is very, very effective and almost on a cyclical basis, like a pine beetle in the spring. They come forward when the lobby decides it's time to make noise again and put the hammer down on the Canadian lumber industry. So that's one element of the piece of legislation, Madam Chair, that I think the minister makes trumpets about, which really has no effect. But there were a number of things I haven't had any proper explanation yet from the government either. And one of them really concerns me. And in the technical briefing that I received, I had the officials suggest to me that it was something that was complicated and we weren't really able to address it when asked about it, and that is the repeal of Section 23 of the Act, which reads that no timber license or timber permit except for non-commercial use may be issued until the applicant has satisfied the director that the applicant has complied with the Workers' Compensation Act. Now that, on the face of it, raises the hair on the back of my neck, wondering what in the world that exactly means with respect to a timber permit being issued when the applicant is not compliant with the Workers' Compensation Act. What, in fact, does that mean? And we haven't got a satisfactory answer for that yet. We've heard, I know I've looked back at Hansard and read other members from the House government side suggest that it was an outdated clause. It was just a matter of housekeeping, getting rid of an outdated clause. But I think the public and the forestry sector unions would be very, very concerned on the part of their workers to determine exactly what the outcome of this exclusion of Section 23 would mean. What's the impact? So certainly I think it's incumbent upon the government members to very clearly explain what the impact of this repeal of Section 23 actually means. Does it mean that forestry workers would no longer be protected by workers' compensation? Is it sort of a slippery slope towards that end? It's not clear exactly what the repeal of Section 23 has embedded in it, and certainly I'm not in a position to really want to support this legislation until I get a satisfactory answer that allays any concerns and fears that I have about workers' compensation being perhaps taken out from under the feet of the workers who are in the forestry sector as a result of the repeal of Section 23. So let's hear a little bit more about that from the government side, because I'm certainly not satisfied with the lack of information about the repeal of Section 23 right now, and neither are any workers and unions in the forestry sector until government supplies a satisfactory explanation. Now, we hear the preamble in the legislation has received the approval of industry members, yet it seems to be an imbalanced attempt to suggest that the security of sustainable timber supply is the basis for the ability of the forestry industry to contribute to Alberta's economic prosperity. And that's a part paraphrase of the preamble. Now, I have in my hands a copy of the Alberta Wilderness Association comments about this particular piece of legislation. And their concerns, I think, are valid in terms of how the preamble should be a little more balanced by adding such terms as environmentally sustainable timber supply. So the security of access to an environmentally sustainable timber supply is the basis of a forestry industry's social license and the ability to contribute to Alberta's economic prosperity. So certainly timber supply is important, but it should also be in principle recognized in the preamble to the legislation that the minister thought was so profoundly important and welcomed by the industry members, that timber supply should be an environmentally sustainable timber supply. And I don't think members opposite and the government side should argue with that. We should always maintain a balance, and that timber supply has to match the environmentally sustainable paradigm that any renewable industry should want to meet. So That's another element of it. And there are some other parts of the legislation that the Alberta Wilderness Association does have some concerns with, and that basically wants to seek to recognize climate change in the preamble, whereas they wish to add a wording to say that whereas Alberta seeks to manage climate change threats to forest as a threat on top of the wildfires and pests, but the overarching cause of these wildfires and pests is arguably climate change, and I think quite defensively climate change. So more correctly stated in the preamble, we should see the words, whereas Alberta seeks to manage climate change threats to forest, to find opportunities to reduce risks from wildfires to human life and communities, and to promote healthy ecosystems. So there should be some more balance in that preamble, so that it's not only industry members who are happy with it, but also those who wish to see that the forests are preserved for those 200-year forestry programs that the industry members like to herald, and rightfully so, so that they are sustainable because they do recognize and implement environmentally sound timber practices and acknowledgement that climate change is also affecting the timber supply. Now, finally, another thing that is very, very important, I've touched on it before in debate, and that is the lack of consultation with Indigenous people. And I did mention previously that the critic for Indigenous Relations and myself were able to meet with members of Treaty 8 and at their invitation to a meeting that they were having, and we asked them very clearly, had they been consulted with, and the answer was very clearly no. And this is in direct contrast to what the minister has suggested was done, suggesting wide consultation. But if I read the blues correctly, the Hansard record of this House, I can see that the consultations that were done, as described and diarized by the minister, consisted of talks with industry leaders and industry members, not with Indigenous people. And that is in direct contradiction, Mr. Chair, I should say, with the policy of consultation that is required by the provincial government in their own rules and regulations. And I hold in my hands Indigenous consultations in Alberta. Alberta.ca. It's an overview, and it talks about Alberta consultation policies and First Nations policy. It specifically states, and I quote, when the Crown contemplates a decision on land or natural resources management that has the potential to adversely impact First Nations treaty rights or traditional uses, the Government of Alberta's policy on consultation with First Nations on land and natural resource management 2013 is applied. To clarify explanations, including roles and responsibilities of all parties involved in the consultation process, the Government of Alberta's guidelines on consultation with First Nations on land and natural resource management 2014 is available. So, Mr. Chair, the consultation guidelines are very explicit, very detailed, quite lengthy, and none of it happened for this piece of legislation. They disregarded a manual that set out for consultation with Indigenous people with respect to Crown lands and natural resources that is directly the focus of this piece of legislation, and they completely ignored it. Now, to this untrained legal mind, Mr. Chair, suggests an exposure, a legal exposure, over the course of these new 10-year forestry management agreements, which may be well and good policy change to increase that time frame for the forestry management agreements. I know that the industry is receptive and positive about it, but that is, of course, something that may cause the Indigenous populations who have treaty rights to the land that's being harvested to be shackled to a longer period of time than they otherwise would be right now with the 5-year agreements in place of a forestry practice that may be damaging to their rights, the treaty rights that they have currently in place. And given the lack of consultation with Indigenous people regarding the changes that Bill 40 would make, including the extension from 5 years to 10 years for the forestry management agreements, I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that this government has exposed itself to significant regulation, significant litigation, I should say, that they could have avoided quite easily by simply following their own policy that's been in place for decades and actually consulting with Indigenous people. There's no reason that I can think of why this was ignored. It's a blatant disregard for the responsibility of the provincial government to follow its own policy with respect to consultation. There's a blueprint for it. And it's by the admission of the minister when he diarizes who he consulted with, First Nations people were omitted. And when we talked ourselves with members of Treaty 8 during a meeting that we were invited to it, the critic for Indigenous relations and myself were told quite plainly, no, there was not a peep. There was no consultation effort made at all with them. And should there be future impacts on the First Nations lands which are affected by treaty rights that are being harvested, or adjacent lands that are under Treaty Act and legislation that grants rights to Indigenous populations, should there be changes that result from this legislation allowing different practices by the forestry companies, there may be grounds that are opened up to Indigenous populations, unnecessarily opened up by this government because it totally ignored its obligations under its own policy practices to consult with Indigenous people. And that is pretty disappointing. And in this day and age when we are under very clear knowledge of the Truth and Reconciliation and 96 recommendations, we shouldn't be ignoring Indigenous people. It's an egregious error, and I think, unfortunately, that should this legislation pass without those consultations taking place prior to that amends being made and Indigenous people being properly consulted, this government has exposed the people of Alberta to very expensive litigation and possibly punishing lawsuits. So with that, I think I may end my comments for the moment and allow others to speak to the legislation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 40. This is, I'm excited may not be the right word, but I am honored to rise and speak to this bill. I mean, excited on the one hand to talk about our forestry sector. There are elements of this bill that I do support, and then there are some questions and concerns that I have that I'm hoping that the minister will be able to address as we are in committee. I want to start off, first of all, Mr. Chair, by acknowledging the incredible role that the forestry sector plays in the province of Alberta. I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that in my time as Minister of Economic Development and Trade, I worked very closely not only with the Minister of Forestry and Agriculture, but also with the Alberta Forestry Products Association. In fact, their former executive director participated on a number of trade missions that I led to look at opportunities to enhance and expand Alberta's trade. Now, I can go into quite a few details, in fact, about the different markets and the different quality of lumber that they demand. But there's a recognition within industry that we as a country need to do much more to increase our market share elsewhere. The sad reality, Mr. Chair, when I was in elementary school, I remember studying and learning about the softwood lumber disputes between Canada and the U.S. That was many, many years ago. I believe we are now in our 7th round of disputes. This is a revolving door. I will say, Mr. Chair, that Canada has won every single one of those disputes. In fact, the WTO has ruled in favor of Canada. The problem, Mr. Chair, is that every time there's a softwood lumber dispute, it means that there are tariffs imposed on our Canadian exporters. It is much more expensive. Our smaller mills and smaller companies really struggle. Our larger companies are able to weather the storm just because they have access to, they have more, funds in the bank and reserves that they can draw from. I mean, they are under the impression that and know that Canada will eventually win, but the problem is it's a battle that is dragged out over years, which of course wears down many companies. And so, in our time as government, Mr. Chair, we brought on Gary Doer, the former Premier of Manitoba, to be Alberta's trade envoy and lead in the U.S. on the softwood lumber dispute. And he worked diligently, obviously, with our Alberta Trade Office and the Canadian Embassy down in the U.S. To look at ways to further resolution. I mean, we could spend hours and hours talking about why there are softwood lumber disputes. I mean, first and foremost, the largest reason is that in the U.S., the majority of timber is on private property. And so the issue that, and it's a select few companies down in the U.S., most of the U.S. companies are quite good to work with. They know that Canada is not illegally subsidizing our forestry sector. But the challenge is that the majority of timber harvested in Canada is Crown land. And so they will argue that governments give unfair advantages or incentives to our Canadian forestry sector. Now, we don't. As a member for Edmonton-McClung pointed out, it's a very transparent process. So, I mean, interesting that the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry has stated that one of the reasons that this bill is necessary, or one of the things that this bill will do, is provide more transparency. To reiterate the point that my colleague made, these companies know exactly what our forestry companies are paying as far as timber, exactly how much they're harvesting, at what price. Keep in mind too, Mr. Chair, that every province has different rules across the country. Alberta has some rules that are very similar to British Columbia and quite different from the province of Quebec. I mean, our biggest frustration within the Canadian sector is that Alberta has been the only province to use its full allocation of timber and could actually go above and beyond that. But our Canadian timber allocations, that's one of the challenges that we need to resolve internally. And so most other provinces are not harvesting what they are allotted. And the frustration for Alberta companies is that we could harvest more, but we can't under the current system without being penalized. So I realize I'm digressing, but it's important that we are looking at ways to support our forestry sector. As you know, Mr. Chair, forestry is our third largest sector in the province of Alberta. It creates thousands of good-paying jobs for men and women around the province. I've had the opportunity to get to know several companies throughout the province that are incredible, that do an amazing job looking after their workers. And so I'll jump right to the one section of the bill that I know the forestry sector has been asking for, and that's increasing, when we're dealing with, Mr. Chair, the timber leases or currently the legislation is such that they're 5-year agreements, and so the current legislation will increase them to 10 years. I know that's something that the industry has been asking for as far as their timber licensing. Licensing is probably not the right word, but it's expanding it. Now, my colleague from Edmonton-McClung did raise the point that there are some Indigenous communities that are frustrated that this government did not consult with them on this bill, because keep in mind that the much of the land that belongs to the Crown falls under treaties. And so our Indigenous peoples should have been consulted on this. Now, I haven't spoken to them directly, but my colleague has told me that some of them are not in favor of extending the term from 5 years to 10 years. So I appreciate that there's a balancing act as far as trying to work with our Indigenous communities, but also recognizing that extending these agreements to 10 years provides longer-term certainty for these communities and for the companies. One of the areas of this act, Mr. Chair, that I find curious is the fact that up until this piece of legislation was introduced, the timber quota, I believe, was established by Executive Council. Now it's only that authority is being placed with the minister directly. That does raise some flags, Mr. Chair. Part of the reason why legislation often goes to Executive Council for regulations or for decisions is to provide oversight, as well to ensure that different cabinet members bring their ministry's lens to the discussion, to ensure that all the different angles, all the different repercussions, the different perspectives are represented. And so, again, anytime authority is taken away from Executive Council and placed solely on the shoulders of the minister, there is I mean, it's lessening or increasing the opportunity for a decision to be made that has implications that the individual minister maybe didn't think of. So that's one of the challenges, Mr. Chair. Another area of this bill that I want to touch on is, as my colleague from McClung pointed out, Section 23 is being repealed. Now, I think it's important to read this into the record, and I believe this does require some clarification, so I'm hoping that the minister will share with the Assembly and with Albertans why Section 23 is being removed completely. It presently reads, no timber license or timber permit except for non-commercial use may be issued until the applicant has satisfied the director that the applicant has complied with the Workers' Compensation Act. This I find to be very, very curious. I will try not to jump to conclusions on this, Mr. Chair, but I'm curious why that section needs to be repealed. Now, you know, we heard the minister talk about the fact that this was put in a long, long time ago. Okay, maybe so. But ensuring that our workers in the forestry sector have access to WCB, I think, is critical. We know that there are some jobs within the forestry sector that are actually quite dangerous. And so, I mean, obviously, our companies, our workers will take every precaution, but we know that accidents do happen. And so I'd like to know why this section is repealed and what assurances the minister can give that workers will be taken care of if there is an on-site accident. The last point that I'll make is again, questions that I have actually around Section 4, subsection E, Clause N, and it's substituting a clause on timber quota. And again, I'm curious to know if not only that section, Mr. Chair, but if these changes, how they will impact the existing dispute that is going on right now between Canada and the U.S., and how this bill, which I've read through a couple of times, how it will actually help our companies in their efforts to, looking at ways to try to mitigate against future softwood lumber challenges. As I pointed out earlier in my remarks, this seems to be a revolving door that every time it gets resolved within a couple of years, a new softwood lumber dispute gets launched. Now, I know that, again, our companies have managed, many of them, not all, to weather this current softwood lumber dispute quite well. But there's a number of reasons for that. And of course, there's always concern within industry, as there should be, that these types of disputes, if they get dragged on for extended periods of time, will have harmful effects on our companies, even though we know that, again, the track record is such that the WTO has consistently ruled in favor, which then there are funds that or our companies do get remunerated for the costs. But again, in the meantime, Mr. Chair, it's onerous on our companies. So, I wished or would have hoped that this bill would look at opportunities to expand Alberta's ability to fulfill the needs, especially in Asia, Mr. Chair. We know that Japan requires J-grade lumber, which is the highest quality lumber that can be produced. But we know that there are many other uses for lumber, sawdust, et cetera, that doesn't meet the J-grade. And we know that we have existing partnerships with many different companies in China who, again, are very interested in our lumber. But of course, Alberta and Canada are competing on the global stage, and so this will take a concerted effort. But I would love to hear how the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry is furthering Alberta's relationship with the province of British Columbia. Again, we have similar legislation and rules when it comes to harvesting. We know that many companies in Alberta actually also operate in British Columbia, and so there's a nice overlap and consistency. But what are the other ways that the government is looking at enhancing, supporting this sector, but enhancing opportunities to further trade with other jurisdictions? Because my sense, Mr. Chair, if the last 40 years are any indication of the next 40, unless something significant changes, we are going to be in this ongoing dispute regarding softwood lumber for the future. And so with that, I will take my seat and again appreciate the legislation is being modernized because it's been some time. But again, some questions for the minister, which I hope that he will respond to, and also to engage in a discussion on how we can increase supports for our forestry sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Bill 40? If not, I am prepared to ask the question. Are you ready for the question on Bill number 40, Forests, Growing Alberta's Forest Sector Amendment Act 2020? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That's carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I see the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has risen.
Thank you. And I move that the committee rise and report Bill 37 and Bill 40 and report progress on Bill 39 and Bill 38.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. May you read? I see the Honourable Member for Livingston. One second. All right, I see the Honourable Member for Livingston-McLeod has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under its consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills. Bill 40. The committee reports the following bills with some amendments. Bill 37. The committee reports progress on the following bills. Bill 39 and Bill 38. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official record of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020. Adjourned debate, Mr. Dack.
Thank you. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on this? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy when I can stand in the House and speak about workers and workers' rights. I have to. This is actually my first time speaking to this bill, and I just have to start my comments by reflecting on how proud I was of the work that the NDP government did to support workers. And I should mention I'm standing up right now for Bill 47 for anybody watching at home, which I'm sure there are a few. Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act. I'll talk a little bit about the irony of that name in a moment, but I was starting to say that I did not have the honor of being a part of the NDP government, but I followed the work that they did and the legislation that they brought in quite closely. And I was incredibly proud of the work of our Labour Minister, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods. You couldn't find a more dedicated and knowledgeable person to have taken on that role, and the care and the time that she put into legislation that affected workers was unsurpassed, second to none. And I look at Bill 47 and I see how much of that good work is just being destroyed, being rolled back. And that's not me being hyperbolic. That's not me being partisan. It's about safety of workers. and I'll talk about some of those specific pieces that I'm so concerned that this government is putting forward. And I'm hopeful. I mean, right now we're in second reading. I'm hopeful that this government will consider some of the amendments that I know we're going to be putting forward, that I know my colleague, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, has been already working on, because she's consulted a whole heck of a lot of people already and is seeing major concerns. Listen, I've said it so many times in Hansard, I'll have to look it up, but we're in the midst of a pandemic. We don't know when things will be done, but we do know a few things. We know that more than ever, I mean, again, I'm only speaking for this side of the House, but we know that more than ever, we should be supporting workers. We should be strengthening workers' rights, not attacking them. Pandemic has laid bare how critical it is that we support those who are doing so much for all of us, and, you know, in some cases, risking their lives on a daily basis. And so, all that to say, I wanted to really frame my comments before I get into some of the meat that I want to address. I really am urging this government to listen on this piece of legislation. And, you know, I heard a little bit of heckling earlier when I was speaking, and I'm very hopeful too that we'll hear from some members opposite. To date, we've not heard from a lot of members opposite. So I'd love to hear their perspective, and maybe they can answer some of the questions that we're going to have tonight as well. So let me get into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty here. One of the biggest concerns, and there's so much, so I'm really trying to narrow my focus a little bit here, because there's just so much. The biggest piece that concerns me is around the removal of protections for workers, both in compensation, and safety at work. Workers are going to lose. They're going to lose compensation. They're going to receive less compensation for losses through the implementation of a cap on benefits, the removal of the requirement for an employer to continue to pay health benefits for 1 year following an accident, the limiting of presumptive PTSD, removing the right to compensation of wages during a stop work order, changing the definition of what is an occupational disease to limit applicability, removal of the annual CPI adjustment, making it voluntary to reinstate an injured worker. The list goes on. This is a huge piece of legislation that is impacting so many areas of compensation when it comes to workers. And I wanted to, the piece around the cap, I wanted to actually quote our leader, the member from Edmonton, Strathcona, because she said it better than I would. And for those of you who don't know, our leader was a labor lawyer, and she's spoken. I've had the honor of hearing her speak many times in this House about workers and workers' rights. In fact, I remember probably sitting in this exact same spot during the Bill 32 debate, and how eloquently she talked about the stories of workers that she worked with. And in particular, she has a lot of stories of injured workers, and she knows firsthand the toll that that takes on workers. She said the following: the Workers' Compensation Board was not set up to be a cheap insurance scheme for employers. It was set up to be a balance between workers and employers, and in Alberta it doesn't achieve that objective, and people suffer as a result. Right? And she brought up the same point that I did as I started my remarks, that just the pride that she had in having been a premier that oversaw such important changes that would ensure protections for workers. And she says, you know what, quite frankly now, I'm so angry on behalf of those families, of their kids, families who are all being impacted by these changes. I want to talk a little bit about some of the other pieces that, that are most alarming to me. The exemption from safety rules. I'm going to, I've been actually doing a little bit of analysis of a few documents that I found online. There's been some, honestly, there's been a whole lot of analysis done on this bill because it impacts so many areas. And I don't have the bill in front of me, but it is a large piece of legislation. I'm going to quote two folks who work in the area of labor, Jason Foster and Bob Barnettson, who've done a very thorough analysis of this bill. One of the pieces that I wanted to touch on that they bring up is the piece around exemption from safety rules. They point out that a new provision allows an OHS director to waive requirements of the OHS code for specific employers or industry. This means that they can only do so if the waiver does not materially affect a person's health or safety. What does this mean? This means that safety is compromised. The creation of allowances raises the possibility of loosening protections for some employers, thereby reducing the overall level of protection for their workers. Now, interesting analysis from them pointing out that a provision of this nature requires us to believe that government officials will not cave to pressure from employers or employer-friendly politicians. There is no requirement that the government publish who has received what exemptions from the OHS code. So I have to ask, and this is just one example, and again, I know I can only speak for a certain period of time, but who specifically was consulted on this piece of legislation? As I said earlier, I know our member from Edmonton, Mill Woods, has done and can refer back to, she's done a lot of consultation lately, of course. She's on the phone all the time talking to workers, not just unions, but workers as well, to hear their feedback. And she also can refer back to the many, many hours of consultation that she led when she was minister. So again, I'm hoping that, that we can hear more from the minister on exactly who was consulted. How many workers did you consult? Not many. Not many, I'm hearing. Not many. I think, in fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think, in fact, they even said that it was a 1-month consultation. And that happened in the summer in the midst of a pandemic. Again, I am a broken record. I'm saying that again tonight. How much consultation could have actually been done in such a short period of time? It certainly makes me wonder how fulsome that could truly be. And it appears they received a total of 95 submissions. Now, last time I checked, the population of Alberta was, gosh, at least 4 million, and so I do wonder who's being represented when there were only 95 submissions. Okay, I want to get into a couple of more points and again, I'm looking forward to speaking to this more because there is just so much to dig into. The other piece that I wanted to touch on was on the joint health and safety committees. And again, she's going to be blushing a little bit, but I can't say enough about the work of our previous Minister of Labour, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, because it was under her leadership that mandatory joint health and safety committees for employers with more than 20 workers, those were established in 2018. And workplaces with 5 to 19 workers, as we know, are required to have a health and safety representative. So one of my biggest concerns with this piece of legislation, Bill 47, it guts that entire system, the JHSC, the Joint Health and Safety Committee system. That leaves basically the employer, the boss, to have control. Employers determine who sit on the committees instead of the workers, right? Or the unions actually appointing the worker representatives. What else? The duties of the JHSCs have been reduced to receiving worker concerns, making non-binding recommendations, reviewing inspection results. The importance of these committees has been absolutely rendered ineffective. And so what does this mean in simple terms? By these joint health and safety committees being ineffective, this means that workplaces are less safe for workers, and they don't have a voice in the very operations of their work setting. And so, again, I've spoken quickly and I've not touched on nearly enough of the things that I'd like to speak to, but I would like to introduce an amendment.
I believe that this will be Amendment A. Pardon me? Oh, it's the second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a referral.
It's a referral, okay. REF 1. And once I get a copy of it, I'll just take a quick peek. If you could please just read it into the record, because it looks like that should be pretty easy. And just so everybody knows, if you put your hands up, then of course we will deliver a copy, but there will be copies available for everybody at the tables as well.
Oh, perfect.
If the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood could please continue.
Yes, I move that the motion for second reading of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, be now not read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Future in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. And I know I do not have a lot of time left, but we've made it quite clear. All of my colleagues who've spoken to this bill, of which there have been many, have made it quite clear that Bill 47 is dangerous. It attacks the fundamental rights of workers. It gives, in some cases, employers unnecessary powers. It attacks what fundamentally many of us as Albertans believe, the importance of a safe and fair workplace. And that alone should be enough for this government to consider referring this bill to committee. We owe that to Albertans. We owe that to Albertan workers. And I can tell you the amount of correspondence that I'm getting on this bill is quite significant. And I'm hearing from workers across the province who are concerned. They're asking, how is it that a government that's already attacked our rights through previous pieces of legislation, Bill 32 as an example, how is it that they're again going after the fundamental rights of Albertans, of working Albertans? So we ask you to go back, to think about the lack of consultation that's been done on this bill. And again, I'm happy to hear if the minister can share with us that perhaps our numbers are wrong, that greater consultation was done. I'm happy to hear that. But until then, we're urging this government to not support this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on REF1, but there is a 29-2A to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, and on 29-2A for questions and comments, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say thank you to the member from Highlands Norwood for raising such important concerns and introducing what I think is an excellent amendment to refer this bill to Alberta's economic futures. Now, I heard a number of things from the member from Highlands Norwood, including concern around joint worksite health and safety committees, them being rendered less effective, them limiting workers' right to participate. So those joint worksite health and safety committees really get to that right to participate, one of those three fundamental rights for occupational health and safety. And those committees are a foundational part of health and safety for many employers. Here in Alberta, our major oil and gas employers particularly have had joint worksite health and safety committees for a long time. but they weren't required in legislation until changes were brought in 2018. Now, the member also spoke about the number of workers who are corresponding to her about Bill 47. And so I really just wanted to provide the member with an opportunity to tell me more about what you're hearing from workers and your thoughts on those joint worksite health and safety committees, making sure that workers, the ones who are doing the job day in and day out, are involved in identifying hazards and managing them, learning about health and safety through the work of those committees.
Thank you. The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has risen to respond with about 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member from Edmonton Millwoods for those comments and questions. And yeah, I mean, so to start, I want to just talk about her question around correspondence. You know, I can tell you, like, I won't say this is the bill that I've received the most amount of feedback on. That's certainly not true. However, we've received definitely some concerns from workers, and I think part of what is interesting is there's been so many pieces of legislation put forward by this government that many people aren't able to follow everything that's being pushed through. And you get messages from people like, wait, what just happened? What just happened to WCB? What just happened to OHS? Like, people are starting to kind of learn what is contained within this piece of legislation, and it's absolutely worrisome to them, and rightly so. And again, workers in Alberta very much have reason for their fear and their concern, because they've seen actions from this government time and time again that are so anti-worker, that are anti-union, right? You don't need to look much further than some of the incredible healthcare workers who are, members of HSAA, AUPE, who've been demonized by this government, who've been laid off in large numbers. And so I think it's quite reasonable that folks are concerned, and I'm certain, as kind of happened with Bill 32 last session, as people start to learn more about it, they're going to be even more vocal. But of course, as I pointed out earlier, this is all happening. The consultation happened in the middle of the summer, in the midst of a pandemic. This is being pushed through as well in the midst of a pandemic. And so I worry that folks won't have the opportunity to know enough about this piece of legislation until it's too late. And that's why we're here. That's why we're in this House. This is why I've introduced this referral amendment, because we're urging this government to do the right thing and to go back to committee on this one, do further consultation, talk to workers, listen to workers, and put forth a bill that actually supports workers' rights. And the other piece that the member asked me about was joint health and safety committees and how important those are. And I know I've got some colleagues in this House who've worked in unionized workplaces, who know the importance of joint health and safety committees. And as I said earlier, I think one of the biggest slaps is a slap in the face to workers that they're being told that, you know what, your voice doesn't matter anymore, right? Your voice doesn't matter. Your employer's voice certainly matters, but yours doesn't. We know, I mean, any of you who've worked in a workplace, you know that you look out for your colleagues.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on REF1? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Mel Woods, has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise tonight to continue debate on Bill 47, particularly on this referral amendment, which I absolutely support, which would see this bill not now read a second time, but instead send it to a committee. And I think that is eminently reasonable, and I will speak to some of the reasons for that as I address the referral amendment this evening, Mr. Speaker. Starting off with, concerns around the amount of consultation that was able to take place on this bill, and the reality that that consultation took place during the summer, August-ish, during a pandemic, at a time of great personal and professional stress and family stress for so many Albertans. Because I can tell you that a number of workers have reached out surprised that this bill was coming forward. They did not know that there had been a consultation. I've also heard from stakeholders who have said quite clearly that the consultation that did take place was very quick for their ability to respond, to be able to pull together the resources and respond to the questions that the government was asking around the issues contained in Bill 47. Now, Bill 47 touches on Workers' Compensation Board as well as occupational health and safety. On the Workers' Compensation Board side, it reduces compensation for workers in significant ways. On the occupational health and safety side, there are three fundamental rights that workers have. The right to know about workplace hazards, the right to participate in their workplace health and safety, which the member from Highlands Norwood was just referencing through her remarks, and the right to refuse, and that is the right to refuse dangerous or unsafe work. And to begin in putting forward what I think are important reasons why this needs to be sent to committee, I'd really like to start by focusing in on the right to refuse unsafe work. And the reason that that's getting my focus today is because we've heard through question period puffball questions, and that is the friendly term for when a member of the government caucus asks questions of their own minister, in this case saying, in question period, right to refuse, that's still there, it's great. And then the minister replying, yeah, it's still there, it's great. And during those question period interchanges, there isn't an opportunity to get into debate. And I'd like to now say it's not great. The right to refuse work has been significantly undermined in this piece of legislation in ways that will hurt workers, make it a right that is harder to use, and making it easier for bad employers to punish workers who exercise this important right. And I'd like to do that by very specifically talking about the contents of this piece, because it seems that there are certainly a number of MLAs in this chamber who are not aware of the damage that is being done to the right to refuse. So, given its importance in keeping workers safe, given that this is essentially the last step to keeping workers safe, starting with the right to know about hazards, continuing with the right to participate, but it is the right to refuse that is the line in the sand for making sure that a worker is able to come home at the end of the day. That they have a clear, protected right to say, wait, this doesn't feel safe, hazard isn't being managed, and to have that addressed appropriately keeps people alive. And I would like to repeat something that I mentioned in earlier remarks, Mr. Speaker. This is not a right that is overused in this province. As I understand it, it was exercised 7 times last year. Now, it has been exercised more during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, members of USCW 401 credit the right to refuse work for the Cargill outbreak not being worse. And so it is an important right, particularly during a pandemic. And there are some very serious ways in which that changes in Bill 47 actually undermine the right to refuse in a COVID situation. So let's talk about that. The right to refuse dangerous work is found on page 61 of Bill 47, Part 3. And right off from the very, very beginning, I have serious concerns with how the definition of what is dangerous work has been changed. And I will be referencing the original version because, of course, this is essentially an entirely new bill. Bill 47 is an omnibus, so lots of changes. We're very used to seeing that, particularly with labor legislation. But what's made it even more challenging as we go through and review the changes to occupational health and safety is this is an entirely new act. So the bill doesn't show you what it used to say and what it does say. So for that, I will reference the previous version of the Act. And the previous version of the Act actually had a very straightforward, when would somebody refuse dangerous work? If you are a worker and somebody says, if you believe on reasonable grounds that there's dangerous conditions at the work site or that the work constitutes a danger to the worker's health or safety or somebody else's health or safety, do you have reasonable grounds? That is language that a worker can understand. It is clear. And occupational health and safety, in so many ways, that word reasonable is important because we expect employers to do what is reasonably practical. That language is used throughout the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and I think it's entirely appropriate to give that same language to a worker and say, if you reasonably believe that this is going to be very dangerous. Instead, we now have a new definition. A worker may refuse work or to do particular work if the worker believes on reasonable grounds that there is an undue hazard. So undue hazard, which means, of course, there must be many due hazards, which are acceptable in the workplace environment. And that undue hazard has to pose a serious, that word is not defined in this legislation, and immediate, that word is also not defined, although I think immediate doesn't necessarily need to be defined in that same way. I am not a member of Lawyer Caucus, as has been referenced tonight. But that word immediate brings to mind COVID-19. Is it an immediate danger if somebody's worried that they might contract COVID-19 at their workplace, which hundreds of thousands of workers are worried about right now? So right off the get-go, we have a problem. Because as a worker, undue hazard that is serious and immediate is absolutely less clear than do you think you have reasonable grounds that something might hurt someone, yourself or another. The addition of immediate threat brings into question, okay, so when there are undue hazards that might contribute to asbestosis in the future, that's not an immediate threat. Does that mean you don't have the right to refuse that work? These are really important questions that this bill introduces. Now, reading further down into parts 3, 4, 5, what happens when someone thinks that there is an undue hazard? So with that definition, well, the worker has the right to exercise, to refuse to do the work. They need to make sure that it doesn't endanger health or safety of any other person. Great. They need to report that to their employer or supervisor or another person designated by the employer or supervisor. Great. The employer who receives that report will, as soon as possible, inform the Joint Health and Safety Committee if there is one, or representative if there is one. That's good. Involving the Health and Safety Committee. And now, part 6, we have a really big problem. The employer may require a worker who has made a report under subsection 4 to remain on the worksite and may assign the worker temporarily to other work assignments that the worker is reasonably capable of performing. Combine that with part 7, a temporary assignment under subsection 6, if there is no loss in pay, is not disciplinary action for the purposes of section 18. Now, why am I saying this is a big problem? This is a big problem because this section replaces one that very clearly said a worker cannot be docked pay because they have refused unsafe work. Instead of that, we now have, if your employer gives you something else to do, it is not disciplinary as long as you're not losing pay. But notice all those ifs. Under this revised act, the employer no longer needs to continue to pay the person who has refused to do something unsafe. And if there's no other work, they get to send them home for the day. In the current version that is being replaced with this, there's some very clear language that a worker cannot be financially penalized because they're worried about health and safety. And I really want to emphasize how big of a barrier this is, particularly to vulnerable workers, young workers, newcomers, lower-waged workers, workers who maybe don't speak English as their first language, workers who just graduated high school. If you know that if you refuse to do something that your employer may just send you home for the day, maybe you'll just do it. And maybe another worker will be injured or killed. So this change is incredibly harmful and it damages the right to refuse unsafe work, which is unacceptable, particularly during a pandemic. And so again, I support the referral to the Alberta's Economic Future Committee so we can further discuss this. Now it gets bonkers. And I I just don't understand what the government is trying to do here. Essentially, the process now comes in. The worker no longer gets any support from anyone else. It used to be that the employer would go and inspect to see what was going on, and a member of the Joint Work Health Safe Committee would come with that, or another worker. This is really important because we do not want a worker who's reported unsafe work to feel isolated, to have to go up against the employer on their own, to talk about this health and safety issue. This might not be a worker who is trained in health and safety, and so having a Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee member or chair there makes sense. And it protects that worker's right. It protects that worker from feeling like they can't report. That's been stripped. So now the employer can go and take a look at what's going on. And if the employer does not remedy the undue hazard, then that worker has a choice to make. The worker may want to report to occupational health and safety, but guess what? They can't. Because before that worker can go report to occupational health and safety and an officer, they need to get a copy of a report completed by the employer. So now the worker reports unsafe work, it doesn't get resolved, they need to sit and wait for the employer to write a report, and there's no timelines in the legislation for when that will happen. Once they have that report in their hands, now they can contact an officer. Well, what happens to the work in the meantime? Well, in the old version, if a worker refused something and the employer says, no, I've looked at this, we think that this is safe to do, another worker can be brought in to do that job, but that worker needs to be fully informed that another worker refused to do it on these grounds, this is why I, as the employer, think it's safe, and gets to have that information before deciding whether they will do the task or not. This is important. Right now, under this, the way I'm reading it, the worker refuses unsafe work. The employer now has to write a report, and maybe doesn't do that right away. The employer asks a different person to come in and do the job. So let's imagine this. Senior worker recognizes that there's a hazard. This is too hot. If I go into this space to do this work for too long, heat exhaustion, possible death, bad times. The senior worker refuses. The employer comes along and disagrees. The employer can now get a junior worker to do that job and has no obligation to tell the junior worker that there's a hazard there, that somebody else refused that work. This is unacceptable. That was very clear in the old version and has been completely removed. And instead, honestly, you can only call it red tape. This whole red tape maze of reports now needs to be entered into in order for this situation to be escalated. The right to refuse unsafe and dangerous work is being limited and harmed in Bill 47 in the middle of a pandemic, going against the government's stated desires to make sure that all workers come home safe at the end of the day. None of these changes simplify the process or keep workers more safe. This is being damaged. This right to refuse, which is critical, which is the last line of defense, this doesn't even make sense. I will look forward to, hopefully everyone supporting the amendment to the Alberta's Economic Futures Committee. If that is not successful, though, I will be working to try to amend these sections through Committee of the Whole, and I will be happy to work with the Minister of Labour to try and address some of these deficiencies, because this is not okay. Having that clear right to refuse unsafe work is critical. So when the employer becomes aware that a notification has been made to the officer, the employer should advise any other worker that the employer assigns the work to in writing of the details. But here's the thing. Before that other worker can come in to do the work, the employer has had to write a report, the employee has had to receive a report, the employee has had to make a complaint to an officer. This does not make sense. Now maybe this is drafting errors. Perhaps the government did not intend to make this such a barrier.
Thank
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite brief. I would love for the member from Edmonton Millwoods to continue her comments. She, as I said in my comments earlier, she is incredibly knowledgeable. She's clearly done her homework, and she's also talked to and listened to hundreds, if not thousands, of stakeholders. So I'd ask her to continue her analysis.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has risen.
Thank you very much. Well, let me summarize my concerns with the right to refuse dangerous work. The definition has been changed, making it less accessible, less understandable by workers. It's added in new barriers, the barrier of something having to be serious and something having to be immediate. It has added confusion around the process. It has isolated the worker by no longer involving Joint Health and Safety Committee members or possibly another worker. Much more likely for a scenario where now a bad employer could potentially bully a worker. Make that person get back in there. Don't worry about the heat. You'll be fine. Drink some water. The employer-only investigations, I think, is a big concern. Because exactly how was it a huge barrier to make sure that another knowledgeable worker came to inspect this hazard? I think that's a reasonable precautionary thing to do, and it makes sense. This change does not make sense. Making it unclear, and in fact removing that guarantee that a worker will not be docked pay because they refused unsafe work, means fewer people will do it, and we didn't have very many people doing it in the first place. We do not want to put barriers to this right. You do not want a 17-year-old who even knows about the right to refuse unsafe work, because of course we need to do a better job of educating young workers and incorporating this information into our curriculum. These are basic rights that new workers need to know about. Even if someone knew about that right to refuse, looking at this, I might not get paid if I do this. We don't want to have those barriers in place. Then, having the worker to wait for an indefinite amount of time because there are no time limits for the employer to write a report about the situation before they can talk to an officer. So now the employer controls if and when that worker can actually talk to occupational health and safety. Because there's a step there that the employer has to do. The employer also, in the immediate situation, senior guy won't do it, I'll get the junior guy to do it. That seems to be allowed. The subsequent section after this has to do with discipline and disciplinary action versus the previous version, which was discriminatory. Incredibly concerning changes here, particularly because, as this government has said, discrimination and that type of action, discriminatory action, is protected by the Human Rights Commission. And so we're gonna move that over there, so we'll eliminate the duplication, completely ignoring that going to the Human Rights Commission for discriminatory action is a 2-year wait. It's a huge barrier that forces that worker to get a lawyer, to go through a bunch of processes and wait 2 years to find out the results. It is unreasonable to say that this is a system duplication, to have the definition for discriminatory action in the Act, and to make sure that somebody isn't punished in a discriminatory way because they exercise their right to refuse unsafe work or other rights found in this Act. We need to make sure it's clear that workers have this right. We need to make sure that workers know that they will get paid even if they report unsafe work. There needs to be a clear process that isn't full of loops and jumps and who knows who's going to do the report when. And why does the worker have to wait for the employer to fill out a report before they contact an occupational health and safety officer? That's not reasonable. These are barriers to workers being able to exercise a right, and I will repeat again, workers were not exercising this right too much. They were not abusing this right. It has kept people safe It can keep people safe in the future if it remains a right that is clear and understandable in legislation, that is protected. And that's not what is happening in Bill 47. None of these changes help workers.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see that the Honourable Member for Lethbridge East has risen to join debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the passion and the consultation that the members opposite have done, there's a big difference between consultation and lived experience. I was a worker in this trade, in the trade of carpentry, construction, for 26 years. So I just did a little bit of quick math to stack up against the hours of consultation. 50 hours a week, kind of what I worked. A lot of summers I worked a lot more than that. 50 weeks a year, pretty typical. Over 26 years, that's 65,000 hours. Proud to bring that to the debate, proud to be part of a skilled trades caucus with members from Lac St. Anne Parkland, Highwood, Sherwood Park, Stony Plain, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction from Tabor-Warner. And we talked with the Minister of Labour Immigration. So I would like to think that there's probably several 100,000 hours of experience that went into that conversation. So the unfortunate part of what we're talking about here is there is inherent risk in nearly everything we do. And what this bill aims to do, and I believe it fully does accomplish it, it's about training young people, it's about growth, their growth, it's about learning, it's about getting better, it's about getting more competent at jobs, and it's making them more valuable, which leads to them being more safe. You do not become more safe by knowing your rights, you become more safe by learning how to do the job. I would love to be able to touch on every single thing within this bill, but I don't have time for that. I would like to talk about the joint health and safety committees, as they were one of the biggest concerns that construction companies had because they did not accomplish what they were set out to do. There are already hazard assessments. Every job, every task you do a hazard assessment. A young worker with an older worker. Every day you do one of those. You already do daily toolbox meetings where your whole crew gets together and talk about. You do weekly meetings with the larger crews, with all the crews together to talk about safety and the job and everything else. Adding a 4th committee meeting per week did not accomplish anything more safe because it was about bureaucracy and it was about double checking the double check of the double check. And the NDP may not understand this, but workers generally want to work, not go to another meeting where they don't pay attention, where they don't contribute, where they literally sometimes don't care. Unfortunately, where they learn is not at a meeting. Where they learn is watching an experienced worker, doing it with an experienced worker. That is why we put so much emphasis on our skilled trades, on apprenticeship. That's where they learn to be safe. The other thing that I feel it obviously often overlooked by the opposition is employers are humans and they want their employees safe. A hurt employee doesn't help them in any way. They become family, quite literally. The heartache, the headache, the pain, the cost of an injury is not worth the reward of not training a young person. And they get better at a task by doing it. Not talking about it, not reading about it, not watching somebody else do it, though those are all important incremental steps, they get better by doing it themselves over and over for 65,000 hours. They can do it in their sleep. And there's one other part with the inherent risk of job sites that we have to keep in mind. Every worker should have the right amount of fear and respect for the powerful tools that they are using in order to use it properly. If they do not fear and respect that tool that can put a nail in a split second, yes, there is a risk. But they can go back to hammer and nail. I did that too. It just takes a lot longer, and there's just as much risk there. I can tell you, having put a hammer on my thumbnail, at the leverage of a 26-pound hammer can really do a lot of damage. Ask any of my colleagues that have also done it. Exactly. There would have been some unparliamentary language at that point in time. It is very much like driving a car where we let instruction. I love it. But every time I go up the stairwells in this beautiful building, I should be filling out a hazards assessment. I should be documenting that it is not to code. There are at least 2 code infractions, very serious code infractions on every stairwell in this building. Double winders between every flight. That is completely against code. You cannot do that. It is a serious risk hazard of tripping. The handrails are not to height. These handrails, as beautiful as they are not to code. It's a serious risk, a serious hazard. In fact, this building should have a multi-million-dollar renovation if we were to bring it up to code. I hope we don't. There's an inherent risk in that, and I think we need to understand that, and we keep coming and doing our job every day. This bill does exactly what it says. Its name is ensuring safety and cutting red tape. I love this bill. I love what its intent is. And though it may not be perfect, because we as humans are not perfect, there needs to be an understanding that the understanding of training, the understanding of learning needs to be part of the job. So I will not support this amendment. And I would ask that all of my colleagues do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 29.2A is available, and I see the honourable member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has risen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to, the passion in our members' speaking points, and just to point out to the members opposite that there's this little thing here in Canada called Bill C-45 that came out in 2004. So the idea that an employer or a foreman or general foreman of that employer is going to bypass regulations and send a young employee in to do a dangerous job when he knows that there's inherent risk is absolutely ludicrous. Bill C-45, which came out in 2004, it's a decade-old law established for the first time in Canada history a crime of occupational health and safety criminal negligence. Upon conviction, an individual may receive life imprisonment and a corporate defendant may receive an unlimited fine. The idea that me as a general foreman, when I have a senior, a journeyman comes to me and says, you know what, there's inherent risk here and I'm not going to do this job. So I say, okay, well, you go home. I'm going to send the first year apprentice in there to do it and risk something happening to them and having losing the company or being thrown in prison. It's absolutely ludicrous that the opposition thinks that's an actual reality here. And I would just like the member to speak to Bill C-45 if you would, and how it implicates this legislation. It's because it's relevant, and you guys should all actually read it.
Through the chair. If the honourable member would like to continue, the honourable member for Lethbridge East to respond with 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Again, yeah, he's right. There are lots of laws that hold employers and companies to account. This bill is about allowing the incentive on the employees to make sure they learn how to do the job better. And obviously, all the laughter from the opposition just proves that they have never worked on a job site like that. They have never had to learn what it means to use a power nailer, what it means to use a chop saw, where your blade is spinning at several thousand RPM. I would invite you to come to my garage where I have one of these. I can show you how to use it. And if you're not afraid the first time you use it, I would ask you not to touch it because you don't understand what needs to take place. And that little bit of fear and a little bit of understanding is what keeps people safe. That is what inherent risk and understanding does. And if you can't handle that, and if you can't do that, maybe that isn't the occupation for you. So again, I thank the member for his comments and his expertise and his experience with Bill C-45, pardon me, and how that implies every employer has those risks and understands that. There is no financial benefit, there is no incentive to having an unsafe workplace. It just isn't. There is no benefit. Every employer I have ever worked for, having been an employer myself, they want every employee to go home safe. So we're in agreement for that. And I believe that the Minister of Labour and Immigration has done a tremendous amount of work in this. I believe the Minister of Red Tape Reduction has a tremendous amount of work. And where maybe the language will be changed at some point in time, I believe the way it is put forward is helpful, is thoughtful, and still allows for all those things to take place. They do. I see the members shaking your head, unfortunately. I didn't look at bills like this when I went to work. I worked in construction for 26 years. Never saw one of these before in my life. But I can tell you what, I taught many, many young people, including my daughters and my son, how to do that work safely. I'm very proud that the last company I worked for, a general contracting company, I had my 17-year-old daughter come and work one summer. She was taught how to do work safely. She worked with all the men. It was her goal every day to outwork those men, and that site became one of the most productive sites because no young man wants to be outworked by a young woman. It was fantastic. My boss asked me if he could hire the rest of my kids to come out and work because I have 4 daughters and a son. But I'm very proud that no accidents happened there. I'm very proud that I had part in the safety training, and again, I did it without one of these in my back pocket. So again, I would just urge all of my colleagues to not support this amendment, but to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Looking to join debate, I see the Honourable Member for St. Albert has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to the referral amendment for Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape 2020. Honestly, you know, I think this is a great idea that we pause, send it to committee. You know, government likes to send bills to committee, especially if they're private member bills that come from this side. Why not send this so we get it right? You know, I never imagined when we were faced with the challenges that we are right now because of COVID-19, I never imagined that this government would use this cover to push through a piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that goes so far to literally reduce the safety of Alberta workers. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that that was something that they would do. So the other members, the members opposite, seem to think this is a good thing. Well, let's just do a high-level sort of overview of some of the things that it does to take the rights, to roll back rights of Alberta workers. And I would also like to remind the members, you know, when they're talking about sectors, and I certainly appreciate that all members come to this chamber with different experience and with different sectors, different employers. Some of them were employers, some were employees. And that's great. We all bring our different experiences to this chamber to have a full debate. But what I would say is, you know, I think when you look through this legislation and some of the changes that are going to be ushered in, you have to use a broader lens. You have to think about all of the other sectors that are really impacted by this. Earlier today, this morning, I did have an opportunity to speak to Bill 47, and I focused some of my comments on a sector that we don't tend to talk a lot about. We don't tend to think a lot about the workplace risks, workplace injuries that occur, and that is in the disability sector. There are tens of thousands of disability workers in Alberta, and I can tell you that some of the changes that were brought in 2018 were so far overdue, that were so essential. These are potentially very risky workplaces sometimes. Sometimes they're not, but sometimes they are. You are dealing with medication. You are dealing with protocols. You are dealing with equipment. I don't know. I've been run over by an electric wheelchair that weighs a ton. And you know what? If you don't know what you're doing, it is not good. Taking care of batteries, battery maintenance, maintenance on the chairs, maintenance on the Hoyer lifts, all of these things are risky. So I'm just encouraging, I'm just giving a sample of, I may not have my own pneumatic nailer at home in my garage. I don't have a garage, but I do know how to use one. I'm just saying, when you think about the changes that are being made to legislation like this, think about all of the sectors. It is not just the one sector that we are each familiar with. So to have that broader lens. But there's a number of changes, and I just want to go over some of the things that I find particularly alarming. So some of the cutting benefits to workers. So one of the things that the UCP is doing is bringing in caps on benefits. So basically, caps will give the WCB board level the ability to introduce caps. So the WC board will literally, sounds weird, WCB board, but they will literally decide on the overall caps for benefits. So the question is, why would they do this unless there were reductions planned? Why on earth would this change be put in this piece of legislation? Does this sound like it's supporting workers and making workplaces safer? I don't think so. An obligation to reinstate workers. Here's another change, another lovely change in this piece of legislation. UCP proposes now to eliminate requirements for employers to reinstate injured workers once they're ready to return to work. Now, strangely enough, I think from UCP documents, their own statistics and documents, prior to this new legislation being introduced, only 10% of employers were not reinstating workers. So I honestly don't know where this came from. Did it come from your lengthy one-month consultation during the summer that only had about 18% participation of Alberta workers? Yeah. Could be. So it doesn't even make sense. Why on earth why would the government want to encourage employers not to take back their employees when they're ready to go? Now, think about worst case scenarios. Some of the members talked about some of the horrific injuries that do occur in workplaces, and I agree that there are too many injuries. And I'm not saying because workplaces are unsafe, it's just sometimes accidents happen. That is the reality of life. But when somebody is disabled because of an accident, it is a really long road back. It can be a really long road back for something like a brain injury. Perhaps it's a physical injury of some kind that just changes life from that moment on. But that is a brutal fight back, and the ultimate goal seems to be, I want to go back to work. I want to go back to my job. I want to go back to where I felt like I had meaning. Why on earth would the UCP bring in legislation that makes that even more difficult, and then pass on the cost to Albertans by saying, well, we're not going to, keep this job, so let's add to the unemployment of people, of Albertans with disabilities, because their unemployment rate is twice as high as non-disabled peers. Why on earth would you want to contribute to that dismal, dismal statistic? Is absolutely beyond me. There is an obligation, so in this piece of legislation, UCP also attacks obligation to continue benefits. So now the employer is no longer required to continue health, dental, and other benefits. Now, keep in mind the purpose of WCB, and I'm talking about the WCB changes, the purpose of WCB is to compensate injured workers. Seems to me an injured worker would need this kind of coverage for themselves, for their to be able to support their families. I don't understand, in normal times, why on earth a government would think it's a good idea to reduce coverage for injured workers, to reduce the ability for them to return to their work, and think that that's a good idea. Layer on top of that, we are in a pandemic where we know that all of the risks are going up. We know this. We know this to be true. Still, seems like a good idea to this government. Let's talk about presumptive coverage. So the UCP is literally proposing to eliminate this for the psychological injuries for the vast majority of workers. Now, there will still be, thankfully, some workers that are covered, and those are first responders, so firefighters, paramedics, peace officers, police officers, correction officers, emergency dispatch. Thank goodness that this group is covered. Absolutely, thank goodness. But what about all of the other workers? If you honestly think that this is the only sector, or these are the only workers, these are the only Albertans that are subjected to this kind of injury, you are so incredibly sadly mistaken. I think that if you speak to anyone that works in Child Protective Services, or talk to anybody that works in children's services, who works with people with disabilities, anything like that, there is an incredible amount of risk. Earlier today, I talked about just in in my career, some of the things that I've had to witness or had to support different staff through, whether it's just being part of debriefing or making sure that they have access to the supports they need. And this is just a disability work, not just, I don't mean it that way, but it's a disability worker supporting Albertans with disabilities, some of which are very, very complex. They can present with sometimes very aggressive behavior, extreme self-injury, all kinds of challenges. And I have seen workers have to respond to sudden death at home, whether it was related to their disability or maybe it was age, maybe it was something else. All of these things, they have had to deal with incredibly traumatic instances in their work life that for some people, they manage with support from staff or perhaps some counseling or debriefing, a little bit of time off, whatever it is that they need. But some people don't. And some people are left with an injury that you can't see, but it is very much there. And it changes their life from that point on. That doesn't mean they don't ever recover and they don't ever have a quality of life, but life changes. And often it is a long path back to be able to do the work that they did before or just to recover from the injury. And I always remember in this House, and this was years ago now, actually, when the member from Edmonton Castle Downs brought forward a private member bill about PTSD Awareness Day. And I always remember the day, which is June 27th. That's my birthday, so it's really easy for me to remember. But I was incredibly grateful that she did bring forward that piece of legislation, because I think it's one day of the year where we can all stop and recognize that injuries and disabilities, you can't always see them, and that doesn't mean that they don't change your life in ways that are hard to even describe. And I remember that debate actually on that Monday, and at the time I think it was Wild Rose and Progressive Conservatives before they had a mind meld. And I can remember people sharing lots of different stories and support for this, and recognizing the importance of understanding how severe this kind of injury can be. And suddenly, not so much. Suddenly, this is the government now that is introducing this piece of legislation during a pandemic when workers are stressed beyond, I think, what most of us can understand on a day-to-day basis, particularly those in healthcare, people working in long-term care, people supporting even disability services, where people that they're supporting no longer have access to their routines and their normal way of life. They've lost their jobs if they had them, many of them. And so the stress is enormous, not to mention the risk of getting sick. And not to mention the risk of getting sick, recovering, and then being left with all kinds of issues that we are starting to see as different reports come out talking about the long-term implications of COVID survivors. I read a report a couple weeks ago, I think it was, so forgive me if I don't remember a lot of the details, but it came out of Italy, one of the cities that was hardest hit in the first wave. And they talked about they were able to sort of follow a lot of survivors a little bit longer than, obviously North America, but they were able to follow survivors and noted like really significant issues 6 months later. And so again, think about the workers, think about all of the workers that this impacts. And so to think that, well, we're not even sure of the extent of the damage or the challenges that will be faced when this is finally over, and when we finally have a vaccine and we can start to move in a different direction. We don't even know what the end result will be, but yet this government is ramming through this giant piece of legislation that is a full-out attack on Alberta workers in so many ways, and yet they just want to focus on, oh, no, we're just reducing red tape. You are not. You're reducing support for Alberta workers in all kinds of ways. At least be honest about what you're doing. The presumptive coverage alone.
Comments through the chair, using words like "you" is more direct than Madam Speaker. Please proceed.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Happy to speak through you. Going back to presumptive coverage. So again, the proposition injury, this type of injury, I think that we can all, I hope that we can all sort of land on a place where we understand that both physical and psychological injuries can be equally debilitating. Much like, I know I've said it before in this place, the same thing with disabilities. I've heard so many times people with invisible disabilities, so perhaps a brain injury or a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or, schizophrenia, something like that. I've often heard people say things like, it would be so much easier if I just had a visible disability, because people just look at me and they think, I'm fine, you're fine, Madam Speaker. So they actually see that as more difficult because people look at them and don't see the disability. Same deal here is that people, Alberta workers who sustain this kind of injury really need to be supported the same way that other workers are. Finally, I wanted to talk about the Fair Practices Office. I don't know about my colleagues on this side or the other side for that matter, but I know after being reelected in 2019, it was really interesting that WCB sent out people. It was my understanding they were going to all constituency offices, people from the Fair Practices Office, to make sure every constituency office understood their role, how they could help, what they could do, what they could offer workers, not to mention how they could support the casework that we were doing. And, I imagine if other constituency offices are like mine, you get a lot of casework that is focused on WCB. That is just a reality. And so this Fair Practices Office was brought in to assist. And it actually was assisting. I know that I've referred people there and heard back that it was quite useful. But now we have Bill 47 that is removing this office. I mean, we can be thankful it's not being moved to the Seniors and Health Advocate / Mental Health Advocate / ex-UCP ED. But, this Fair Practices Office now, Madam Speaker, is being replaced by one person.
29 2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to respond to some of the comments made by colleagues across the aisle, and also to speak to the proposed referral amendment. Madam Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle, while I do appreciate their tremendous enthusiasm and desire for health and safety, we share that on this side as well. They've suggested a referral amendment for two reasons, both on procedural grounds and on substantive grounds, it appears. And on the procedural side, they seem to suggest that we need to refer this because there hasn't been sufficient consultation. And on substantive, they suggest that this needs to be referred because it's an attack on Alberta's workers, and it actually will decrease health and safety. And Madam Speaker, I rise to share that on both these points, they're incorrect. In regards to the procedural concerns and consultations, Madam Speaker, we did engage in consultations with workers, with health and safety professionals, with employers, with labor unions. And we had heard, even prior to us doing the consultation, we had heard concerns about the previous government's bills, changes they made to workers' compensation, occupational health and safety, that the changes are made too prescriptive, difficult to understand, difficult to implement, increasing costs for employers and making it difficult to get Albertans back to work. So based on this, and there was a number of submissions made through red tape, we conducted our own consultations. We went out, we received over 350 responses to a survey. We developed 2 discussion guides. We received 95 written responses to those discussion guides. And we also held 4 virtual sessions to talk about these issues with the parties to be able to get it right. And Madam Speaker, I believe in this bill we did get it right. So the concerns raising that that this needs to go referral to committee for more consultation, Madam Speaker, that is not the case. We've done sufficient consultation, and the fact is, Madam Speaker, it is important that we make these changes now. A number of these changes are about ensuring the sustainability of our workers' compensation system. It's about reducing the red tape. It's about reducing cost for employers while improving health and safety outcomes. And that's all about getting Albertans back to work, which is important now more than ever. And on the health and safety side, Madam Speaker, I'd also like to comment that this is about improving health and safety outcomes. while I respect a number of the changes made by the members opposite, particularly the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, who's passionate about health and safety, they put in rules that actually made our health and safety experts box checkers, not focused on identifying risks, worried about process, and not focused on not only identifying the risks, but mitigating those risks in the workplace. And so the changes we've made and we're making in the Health and Safety Act in Bill 47 addresses a number of them. And I would like to point out, because some substantive issues and questions were raised by the members from Edmonton Mill Woods in regards to two issues, time permitting, but I'll deal with the first one, the shortest one first, in regards to disciplinary action complaints. So the concern raised by the member from Edmonton Mill Woods that, and the word prior to the change we're making, disciplinary action complaint, was a discriminatory action complaint. And the concern she's raised is that now, because we changed the wording, that these items, the concerns that if someone violates where disciplinary action is prohibited, they violate the section, they would now have to go to the Human Rights Committee to be able to seek redress. Madam Speaker, I just want to confirm for the other side that that is simply not the case. If you look at the bill, disciplinary action complaints, that remains. The process is within this bill. And if I would point out in the definitions, and we have made disciplinary actions, we define that very broadly. And disciplinary actions in the definition section means any action or threat of action by a person that does or would adversely affect a worker with respect to any terms or conditions of employment. So what we were finding, Madam Speaker, is that because of the name change made by the previous side to call it discriminatory action complaints, there was confusion about what is the appropriate venue to resolve these complaints. And we want to make sure there is no confusion. That if a person takes any disciplinary action, which we define very broadly, against a worker by reason that they're actually in compliance with the Act, they can file a disciplinary action complaint with occupational health and safety. And officers can investigate and then address this under the Act. So we provided a greater clarity.
Any other members wishing to speak to the referral motion? The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening to speak to the referral amendment that is before us, of course, asking that the members of the Assembly support us in our motion to move this to committee, recognizing that this legislation by no means is ready to go be shared with the general public and, you know, what this government likes to say, protect workers. But unfortunately, what we're seeing here is a complete rollback of very important amendments to the legislation that we had done over the past 4 years. And, you know, it's once again, I've had the opportunity to speak to this a couple times, and it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that, you know, once again, we hear members like the member from Lethbridge East say that they absolutely love this legislation, that, you know, it's wonderful and he is in love with it. And it's frustrating because, once again, when we look at what's in here, specifically around the implementation of caps on benefits, which the minister is doing his best to steer clear of. Happy to talk about, you know, what he calls, you know, continuing safety in the workplace, and, you know, it is what it is. But when we talk about once again, the implementation of caps on benefits, whether we're talking about income that should be provided to an injured worker if they are injured to no fault of their own on a workplace, or whether we're talking about the clawback of benefits to injured workers and their families. Once again, if they're injured, traditionally, they would potentially get up to a year of benefits. They may have dental coverage. They may have medical coverage for themselves and potentially their beneficiaries or people that they are, you know, the guardian of. And it's very unfortunate that once, you know, we have members that are so happy to stand up and say that they love these kinds of changes, that they love taking money out of the pockets of injured Albertans, that they love clawing back benefits to injured Albertans. And, you know, I have to point out that this is very similar to the conversations that have been happening under Bill 41, the changes to insurance in our province, that this government is saying we are expanding the medical coverage for injured Albertans. But when you look in the legislation of Bill 41 and you look at the details within within it, it's actually this government capping the benefits that are going to Albertans that are injured, once again, to no fault of their own in a motor vehicle collision. And so while I appreciate that private members of this government have to stand up and have to show support for the bills that their government is bringing forward, I really, it's hard for me to grasp why members are willing to go as far as saying that they absolutely love this legislation that is going to take money away from injured families in their own communities. And, you know, we hear many anecdotes, and, you know, I've shared my own last time I stood up and talked about the fact that at a workplace that I was at, and there's been many. Every workplace does their best to stay safe, but instances arise where, whether it's the employer or the employee that is not living up to the safety that they should to protect themselves and their colleagues, things happen. And in this instance, I spoke about a colleague that was working on a compressed air using open flames, and it exploded and injured themselves and another worker. And while in this instance, that worker was provided benefits to cover the fact, and they were reinstated, you know, on light duty. The fact is, through this legislation, this government is making it so that if that were to happen on a workplace, that this legislation would change the fact that it's now voluntary that those workers would have to be reinstated if they're injured. And so, you know, while the government goes on about, oh, there's protections in place that if an employer goes against the legislation that we put forward, then an employee can take action to hold them accountable. But this government is changing the legislation so that a worker cannot be or could potentially not be reinstated now that it's voluntary for an employer to reinstate that worker, that they no longer have to provide the same amount of benefits, you know, supplementing their income that they can no longer get because they're injured and no longer able to work. And once again, on top of not being able to work anymore, this government is saying that they don't have to be reinstated. And so it's very frustrating to hear the government so proud to stand up against injured workers, stand up for legislation that is literally attacking and taking money out of the pockets of injured workers. And, you know, last time I had the opportunity to stand, and I imagine that after I finish speaking here, the member from Parkland St. Anne will rise with a smile and talk about how wrong I am. I stood last time and talked about the fact that you know, I have been on many work sites as an electrician, and before that as a finishing carpenter / laborer, and I've seen all sorts of things, good and bad, as I said, Madam Speaker. And that member actually stood up and attacked my ability and also my place in this very legislature, saying that, oh, just a young man, you know, maybe once he gets older, he'll understand how this legislation works. But it's the exact same language that employers use against employees when they're trying to tell them that they don't deserve these kinds of benefits. So it's incredibly unfortunate that, you know, there's an opportunity here to listen to the opposition to where we're coming from. You know, social workers, people working within the disability community, people working in construction, despite what the member from Lethbridge East thinks. Some of us have worked in construction, but that is by no means the only industry where these kinds of workplace injuries happen. I think that the member from St. Albert raised good points about workers in the disability community and the risks that are there. And, you know, when we look at other frontline workers, nurses, social workers, healthcare aides in long-term care facilities, teachers, janitors, retail workers, there is the opportunity for injury in any workplace. And so, once again, it is deeply frustrating that this government thinks, oh, these kinds of things can only happen in the construction industry or, you know, on front lines if you're a police officer or a firefighter, because the fact is injuries are common in all lines of work, and we should be doing everything we can to protect everyone, no matter what industry they work in. And so I go back to the point that the member from Edmonton Millwoods was making, that legislation and changes like we're seeing through Bill 47 are primarily done on the back of injured workers, but also have the most negative effect on people who aren't able to whether it be understand the legislation or aren't in a position to argue legislation with their employer, or aren't in a position to refuse work because of the precarious situation that they're in. I have seen this at many work sites. The workers being afraid to say no, I will not do this work because I believe it's unsafe. And often the employer will recognize that it's unsafe and they will go to the next worker and say, well, how about you? You know, would you like to do this horribly unsafe job? And if that's not the case, then it goes on until they find somebody that is willing to do it. And of course there is, as far as I know, unless this government has already changed that legislation, there is processes in place where if enough employees say no to work, that an investigation of some sort is had to ensure that the employer should be asking workers to do this at all. But the fact is, employers will ask things of their employees that in some instances they wouldn't potentially do themselves. And so we heard the member from Lethbridge East say, I don't want to paraphrase wrong here, but that fear is the best way for safety, which is, I don't even understand how that's a thing. The best way for safety is to learn how to do the job properly. And so with that member talking about having their own family on a work site with them and how, having their family there drove the other workers to do better than ever before, that's wonderful. But what about instances where a worker is injured? Wouldn't you want these protections to be in place if you are working with your family member and God forbid something were to happen and all of a sudden the employer is saying, oh no, we're not going to reinstate you. You injured yourself. It was your own fault. We aren't going to cover the benefits. You have children, that's too bad. You had a health spending account when you worked for us, but you don't work for us anymore. So you have to figure it out now. It's unbelievable that that member is willing to stand up and say they absolutely love this bill, that it's perfect. Once again, the idea, the minister has gone on at length about that this legislation will be easier to understand compared to what was in place before. Injured workers don't need legislation they can understand. They need legislation that is going to protect their benefits after they've been injured. They don't need to figure out how the legislation works. They need legislation to be in place that works in the first place. It's absolutely frustrating, Madam Speaker, that this is where we're at now, that we can't get clear answers from the government, that they are unwilling to talk about the changes that they're making to benefits, because they know that people in their communities who are injured on the jobs are going to face the real consequences that the changes in Bill 47 bring on to them and their families and their communities. I would, have to reflect one more time on the fact that this minister, through the rollout of Bill 47, took to social media and talked about how wonderful the Heroes Compensation Act was going to be. He scripted up a nice video with some employer groups that stood with him and talked about how wonderful this is. And, other than some of the questions that we have about how the Heroes Compensation Act and the compensation that comes from that will affect workers, particularly those who access programs like AISH and how that will affect their benefits, I don't think that it's necessarily a bad idea. It might be a great idea. And unfortunately, for one, we haven't had proper amount of time to consult on that. I think many members on this side of the House have been very clear that the process that took place around consultations around this legislation was very short, and quite clearly this government and does not want to have open consultations on changes to labor legislation, very clearly. But once again, through the social media campaign that minister took, he disabled the comments on his social media feeds in some instances, which made workers of Alberta very suspicious of why that would take place in the first place. Very suspicious, Madam Speaker. If you're so proud of your legislation, why are you trying to hide the comments of Alberta workers who simply want to comment on the changes that you're making? I think quite a bit of time has been spent on the changes that are being proposed through this legislation to the joint worker safety committees that we put in place in when we were in government. I think it's very disappointing that this government doesn't believe that representatives should be there to protect workers who are injured. Once again, as we talk about workers who are in precarious situations, workers that are potentially new to the job, are young, based on changes that this government has made. Maybe they're 13, 14-year-olds working their first job, and while the member from Parkland St. Anne thinks it's funny to say, oh, maybe when he gets older, he'll figure it out. Unfortunately, these protections need to be in place now for if they are injured. And so once again, I would reflect on other changes that this Labour Minister has made to lower the wage for youth workers, to change averaging agreements for workers who often work overtime across our province in many different industries. And I would just simply have to ask, what do you have against people that, one, want to make overtime, that, two, care about their safety, three, want to be fairly compensated if they are working overtime, if they are working their day-to-day, but also if they are injured? What do you have against these people that simply want fair compensation, and more than that, want the opportunity to return to their job, even if they are injured, in a limited capacity until hopefully they're able to get back to work? Why is it all of a sudden okay for that to be a voluntary measure for employers to reinstate workers? It's so frustrating, Madam Speaker, and that is why, once again, this should be sent to committee, why I will be supporting this referral amendment. The minister talked about how great of a consultation process that they did, but we have seen consultations on things like daylight savings time that have received tens of thousands of submissions. And that, what the consultation process that went into this was very little compared to that, very not substantial at all. And so it's so frustrating in the midst of a global pandemic, a health pandemic, when we should be reflecting on how this legislation is written right now and strengthening the ability of employees to hold their employers accountable, strengthening the ability of employees to be fairly compensated. When we look at the idea of new risks of frontline workers in grocery stores, retail workers, workers in our healthcare system, and the idea that COVID does create many new concerns for the ability to do our job safely, and that employers should be doing even more, which I know the majority of them are. There's no doubt about it, but we need to ensure that that continues.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to respond again to some of the comments made by the opposite in regards to the referral amendment. Again, as indicated earlier, we have done substantial consultation on this. We have heard from parties, experts, health and safety experts on this, and really our focus and our government's focus is on improving health and safety outcomes and reducing red tape. It's about ensuring that there is a sustainable fiscal sustainability to our workers' compensation system while maintaining key benefits and restoring balance into our labor laws. And it's really, something that we understand on this side of the House, and I think they don't quite understand on the other side of the House, that by reducing costs for job creators, you help keep Albertans working and help get Albertans back to work, and that's our focus, while at the same time improving health and safety outcomes. I would like to further comment on not only did we do significant consultation, but in regards to changes we are making, particularly as regards to occupational health and safety, we're taking a number of the provisions out of the Act on for health and safety committees and putting them where they belong, because we heard far too often that these are very prescriptive. These need to go into the code. And Madam Speaker, I will commit to the House, and I'll commit to the other side, that we will do further consultation as we evaluate the code and what needs to go in there, because I didn't bring my copy of the code with me, but it's about 3 inches thick, and we need to put the items in the right locations, provide flexibilities for employers so they're not box checkers. They're not focused on process. They're focused on outcomes. I would also like to take a moment to talk a little bit about the right to refuse dangerous work. Because I appreciate the thoughtful questions being raised by the member from Edmonton Mill Woods in terms of what changes we're making and why we're making them. And I'll touch on three of them. The first is in regards to the change in the definition. And we are moving to, we made a change in the definition to speak to the right to refuse dangerous work where there is an undue hazard. We are adopting the language very similar to BC. And the reason why we're doing this, Madam Speaker, is because what we want health and safety committees and workers and employers to focus on is identify the known hazards at the workplace and put in place the mitigation. Right? So, because the honourable member was quite correct across the way that the right to refuse is the third step. It's the last step, right? And so we want them to identify up front these hazards. And so there could be an undue hazard that comes up. And an undue hazard, you know, in very broad sense, could be something that hasn't been identified. So you don't have mitigation. Or it has been identified, but mitigation is not in place. So now that's an undue hazard. And there's a right to refuse. And I will point out, Madam Speaker, that this right to refuse can be exercised at any time. It needs to be exercised reasonableness. In a reasonable manner where there is the person believes and we maintain on reasonable grounds that there is a serious and immediate threat to health and safety of the person. They can exercise that when they believe that and then raise the issue with their employer, and then the employer can address that. Now, I do want to speak in terms of the signing additional work. So we did streamline the process. And the intent behind the process, and if you actually go through it, and I won't have time to read through it all at this point in time, but the intent behind it is that once an issue is raised, then the employer will investigate. And until they finish their investigation, no one else can work on it. But once they investigate and say, hey, this is fair, and then they give the report to the employee, right, to say this is fair and advise the health and safety officer, then they can let someone else know the work, but they're going to still have to inform them that there's an issue outstanding, because what this gives the employee, they can take a look at it and say, you know what, I still don't think it's safe or it's fair. I'm going to call an occupational health and safety officer and have them investigate. And what we were trying to do, and the reason we made the change, because the way that the wording was beforehand, even if the issue was resolved, the employer looked at it, they wrote the report, they gave it to the employee, they gave it to the Health and Safety Committee. The Health and Safety Committee would agree to resolve. The way that the language was written beforehand, you still have to inform every employee that there was an issue back then where someone raised something. It's resolved to everyone's satisfaction, but which makes no sense, Madam Speaker. And we heard that when we actually did the assessment. We needed to change it to reduce the red tape. But from our perspective, what's really important here is that the right to refuse remains, that the hazards be identified and mitigation in place. There's still ability to do this. And then there still is a requirement to inform other employees where issues are outstanding.
Any members wishing to speak to the referral amendment? The Honourable Member for Laxton and Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to talk to the referral amendment. And I really do appreciate it. I'm going to take these glasses off. I'm trying to wear these masks at the same time and fogging up the glasses. And quite frankly, I think it's going to be a safety incident right here if we don't take care of some of these protocols. On a normal job site, that's something we would have. We would sit in committee, talk about in the JHS, and go through those type of things. And, coincidentally, with this bill that's being brought forward, none of that changes. So the member from West Henday, I'm not sure if he was trying to bait me or not, Madam Speaker, but he mentioned me lots. And that's okay, because I think it's okay that he mentions me lots, because obviously he's listening to what I'm saying. He might not understand what I'm saying, but at least he's listening. So maybe we'll try this one again. The job site that he had referred to where he worked before, of all these atrocious safety incidents, if the blues were available to him, and maybe he can go look it up and read the context of what I said, was that type of job site sounded like something out of a Happy Gilmore movie, where they're shooting nail guns off and doing all these type of things. And what I had said is if that was happening on one of my sites, he would have probably ran all of them off. And that business has no business being in business. Now, the members opposite our side had brought up here Bill C-45, and coincidentally, I'd mentioned about that as well. The Westray mine disaster brought about Bill C-45. So that takes into federal law, and it makes people accountable, as the member from Cold Lake, Bonnyville Cold Lake mentions, the member from East Lethbridge had mentioned as well. That makes management all the way up punishable and guilty by law for not taking care of safety items. Literally, if you put someone in harm's way, you don't take care of business, you go to jail. Like, it's pretty definitive. So a lot of us, we understand that. We've grown up in that. Now, I've had the chance in my career to mentor some young project managers as well. And on one particular project, they didn't understand the significance of having a safety officer out on site, not just someone roaming around the province and popping in once in a while. And I would not send my guys out to the field, nor the contractor or anybody else, until this young project manager put a safety officer on site, because he didn't understand the significance of Bill C-45. So again, I'm not faulting the folks, members opposite, for the one from West End specifically of heckling on that, or the significance. But the rest of us understand that the OH&S manual is paid in blood, and that West Ray mine disaster was nothing to joke about, ever. So we understand the gravity of it. We really do. Now, the member from Mill Woods, honestly, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm starting to go through some of the bills, and I'm looking at the language, and I can see where potentially it was there. But I'm not with you yet to say that we should just, gas it so far, put it back to committee. Sorry. Oh, I'm
Direct
sorry.
your comments through the chair, please.
I have a bad habit of looking at people when I talk to Madam Speaker, and you're breaking me of it. I apologize. So I'll try to make sure I'm focused there. Thank you. But I hope the member opposite appreciates that was a look of sincerity. It wasn't meant for anything else. But that's where I'm thinking that we should not go with the amendment that she's putting forward, that we shouldn't have to put it back to another committee, that we allow it to continue forward, and that if in committee of the whole that there's some latitude or potential opportunity to do it, then that would be the place to bring those motions forward. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is also the culture. So the culture of OH&S. Coming back to the context and the professionals that I've dealt with over my career that are OH&S officers or safety officers or being on these joint committees, et cetera. So again, I had talked about kind of growing up through the tools in the bush and then going out and becoming management in some of these major capital programs. Now, the member from Rutherford, he and I both had a conversation a little bit in the House here as well, and we have that respect, that mutual respect. Now, with that OH&S manuals, it's pretty important. Now, as a nomination contestant, it was rather odd for me to have OH&S officers reaching out to me before the election and saying, there's something wrong here. Like, the culture of going out there and making sure these jobs, these sites are safe, it's changed. We're being told that we should go out there and start punishing employers. The whole idea now, the mandate is go out and have how many enforcements that we can put in place. That's how we're being measured. It's not about making sure that labor and the companies work together to have proper sites. It's about changing that culture, and it's about offering all these punitive measures. They were also talking from these own officers themselves, and I don't have a way to verify it just based on what the officer told me, of being bloated at the top end. They had a ton of directors floating around. So when we're talking red tape, we're also talking safety culture, and we're talking of how those OH&S manuals should be enforced. When the member from Lethbridge East, obviously the member from West Henday, took it out of context, when he's talking about being scared of tools, it's having that respect for the tools. It's about training so people understand what equipment can do, even something as simple as a circular saw. And that's part of the process. Part of the process of training and making sure it's in place. None of that changes that I can see substantively from here. The red tape bill, we've been criticized, the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, it's been interesting. He's been criticized for having nothing. He's been criticized for taking money and spending it and doing it, even though he works under Treasury, so it's already there. He's been criticized for having too much. He's been criticized for not going enough. This poor fella, he's on the hunt for red tape, and he's getting it, and he's getting targeted himself all the time for actually doing his job. So I find that, with tongue-in-cheek, a bit interesting. So the fact that we have multiple items at 3 different jurisdictions or 3 different ministries taking place, it's no surprise to us. It's not meant to ram through legislation. It's simply efficiencies. And during those quarterly basis, I understand when he's going through those departments, they're taking care of business. So again, it's with the utmost respect from the member from Millwoods, the member from Rutherford, and some of the other comments I've heard in understanding. The member from St. Albert, I was trying to picture getting ran over by a wheelchair. I've never ran into that, but I'm trying to picture how that happens. And I can appreciate the gravity of that taking place. Because again, there's some pretty big wheelchairs out there. I've seen some senior citizens with some bucky whips going down the road that I was clocking at doing at least 10 kilometers an hour. So those type of things happen in different workplaces. you know, the simple fact is scalding yourself with a coffee pot. Those things happen. And again, I don't accept some of the dialogue saying that safety accidents just happen, nothing's preventable. One of the mantras we always had in our job was zero safety incidents. Everything's preventable. And it's when you have these mechanisms, controls, and when the culture is correct, that's what everyone was striving for. And I think that's what our side is trying to articulate, and I believe that none of that intent has been taken away from this bill that's forward. So with respect, I would urge the members to vote against the amendment, and let's get back on the bill. And at the Committee of the Whole, I think that would be the best time to bring forward some amendments if required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none. On 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to join in the debate once more and recognize and appreciate that there has been some very good going back and forth and talking about this bill. And I have listened with interest to the government members with their arguments, but I would like to, and under 29-2A in response, I rise just to encourage members to really consider supporting this amendment and sending this back to committee, because some of the very specific concerns that I've raised about the right to refuse unsafe work have not been fully addressed in this place. And I do continue to have those very genuine concerns about the consultation. Because I can tell you that prior to making major changes to the workers' compensation, we appointed a panel of 3 experts, and they embarked on an over-year-long process that was massive in its breadth and depth in reaching out to people. And it is hard to speak with frontline workers in these consultations. It is hard for people to know it's happening, to get engaged, to be connected to a consultation. And what I saw from the consultation this government conducted over the summer during a pandemic was completely inadequate for reaching workers. Most didn't know it was happening. Even those who had professionals to help deal with the responses did not have enough time to really put together those fulsome responses. I've talked to several stakeholders who said it was super rushed, and they had to quickly pull everything together and respond in the way that the government wanted. And so I have heard the minister talk about how he feels that the consultation was adequate. I disagree. I feel very strongly that we did not hear from so many key stakeholders in this area. And so I would just like to continue to encourage the members in this House to consider supporting this important amendment and referring this bill to committee because of the impacts to WCB, because of the impacts to occupational health and safety, and the real lack of being able to see how this will continue to keep workers safe. I want to say thank you to everyone who has risen to speak to the bill in debate this evening tonight, because this is an incredibly important piece of legislation. It's fundamental. Unfortunately, I think most Albertans aren't aware that we're even having this debate right now, because there is so much else going on in the world right now. And that impact in the right to refuse, combined with COVID-19, I really hope to hear more conversation about that, because the use of that word immediate in identifying those undue hazards has had many stakeholders reaching out to me saying, well, how does this apply in a COVID-19 world when there isn't an immediate, I'm going to break my arm, more there's just that risk in this case. The good news is that employers are responsible for mitigating hazards in their workplaces. They should be doing this. But when that right to refuse isn't clear, when someone can't tell just by reading it and understanding it that they have that right, then it makes it way less likely that they will exercise it. So I think that's particularly concerning. And so I wanted to simply rise, thank those who joined in, reinforce that I will be supporting, I think, this referral amendment, which is quite important. And I continue to have very serious concerns throughout this bill, and I look forward to having more opportunities to address those as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members understanding Order 29-2A? Seeing none. Any other members on the referral amendment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise this evening to speak to Bill 47, specifically the referral amendment, that this bill not be read a second time and it be referred to the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Futures. I can speak directly to the great work that can come out of a committee meeting and a committee consultation when looking at legislation that impacts so many. I am the deputy chair of Alberta's Economic Future, and I can say that during the pandemic, we've met with stakeholders who've reached out to our committee chair requesting an audience with us to discuss their concerns, specifically related to COVID. And I think that committee work is so important to the way that this House functions. I think it has a definite role when looking at legislation, especially big legislation, omnibus legislation like Bill 47, especially during a pandemic. I think having the opportunity to bring in more stakeholders, have that robust information gathering, having the opportunity, like the member from Edmonton Mill Woods had talked about, being able to really reach those frontline workers is something that I think we really are missing in this legislation, that consultation piece with those that are directly doing the work. I can speak to some of the work that's been done in the past in committee, looking at different pieces of legislation that have been brought forward. And often when you're in the committee, because you have that time to really go through things, you have the ability to reach out to many more Albertans that are being impacted. You might find areas that are identifiable as things that perhaps were unintended consequences, things that were perhaps overlooked. Unfortunately, I think with the introduction of this bill at this time during a pandemic, I think there's some glaring things that are standing out that are going to directly impact workers during COVID. That might not be the intention of government, but I think that when we're looking at workers during a pandemic, when we're looking at things like the right to refuse work, there's many that if they know that if they refuse work, they could be sent home. That paycheck is important. There is a huge impact on employment right now with COVID. People are desperate for work. And I think when people are considering their options and their safety, unfortunately, I fear that some employees that are struggling to make ends meet might consider not reporting. They might consider working in that unsafe environment because they need the employment. And to me, this is never okay to do to a worker, but I think the risk is higher right now because of what people are facing. And this is something that's happening worldwide, Madam Speaker. I think that when we're looking at ways to keep workers safe, I think during a pandemic, we should be looking at ways to enhance safety. We should be looking at ways of making sure that more people qualify for coverage, not doing what this government is doing and reducing eligibility for coverage, giving employers the right to stop paying benefits if there's an injury at work. It's just baffling to me while so many people are coming together. We're seeing communities come together to embrace each other, to support each other in times of need, and this government is directly changing legislation that impacts workers, specifically their safety, and saying that it's ensuring safety and cutting red tape. I don't understand why they wouldn't take this opportunity to put it on pause, refer it to committee, have a more robust conversation about what employment looks like right now during COVID. I can tell you it's probably a lot different than what it looked like a year ago. Simply not wearing a mask, not wearing a mask properly, which unfortunately I see all the time. I see people with, I hope, good intentions, putting some form of face covering on, yet their nose is exposed, Maybe it bugs them, they take it off, they put it back on, they take it off. Well, that's not proper procedure. And if we have people that are in leadership positions, whether it's an employer or someone else in leadership, not doing it properly, they're not role modeling it properly, how many others out there in the workplace are experiencing this? I can walk through this building, I can walk on the street, I can walk in the grocery store and see many people not doing something as simple as putting a mask over their face, covering their nose, covering their mouth. People aren't doing it properly. So if I'm an employee and I see that this is happening in my workspace, am I courageous enough to stop it? Do I have the confidence to say this is not a safe workplace? What if it's your employer that's doing it? What if your employer is saying, I don't believe in masks, and not taking it seriously? That is an unsafe workplace. And as an employee, do you feel confident going to your employer saying, I'm refusing to work because you're not compliant with the CMO and what's happening? This is very, very scary. And I think that a lot of consideration needs to be considered with what's happening right now. Right now, we are in a pandemic. Right now, Albertans are calling for action. They're calling for leadership. When we're looking to this government for leadership and guidance, and we're getting legislation in the middle of a pandemic that is going after workers' rights, going after what they deserve as workers, it's very, very concerning, Madam Speaker. When I look at the piece of legislation here that talks about limiting or removing presumptive coverage for psychological injuries, where workers experience a traumatic event, limiting it to only a few select occupations. Well, I can tell you, and I've heard many of my colleagues in this House talk about the impacts of psychological trauma in the workplace. Through my consultations, doing PTSD Awareness Day, there was occupations that I hadn't even considered that experienced trauma in the workplace. Journalists covering traumatic events over and over and over. Something that I hadn't really considered, being a traumatic exposure to a job. When you have journalists that are covering crime and you have this horrific, heartbreaking story unfolding, the impact on that journalist is traumatic. I hadn't even considered that as an occupation that would experience trauma, but I spoke to those journalists and I heard their stories. When we look at trauma in the workplace, I think about the Fort McMurray fires, and I think about how many workers experienced trauma because of that. And not only the workers, but those that were part of it. There was studies done on youth that were impacted by the Fort McMurray fires. And 1/3 of the youth that were surveyed showed symptoms of PTSD. The remarkable thing in that study was that 46% of the students that were surveyed had some sort of psychological impact, whether it was depression, whether it was anxiety, whether it was sleep disturbances. And those 46%, it had a blend of students that experienced it firsthand and students that did not experience it firsthand. So the simple act of being involved in the situation created a traumatic experience psychologically. So when I think about COVID, and I think about what your day might have been as a worker pre-COVID and what it is now, they are experiencing trauma. How your brain processes that, how your previous experiences have an impact on that. To see that they're limiting occupations and removing presumptive coverage in a time where people are experiencing trauma, sometimes every day through their job, it baffles me. Having this referred to committee, I think gives us an opportunity to talk to some of those frontline workers, to talk to some of those employees that are experiencing trauma simply by going to work during a pandemic. You look at people that work in the grocery store. They were deemed an essential service early on in the pandemic. And I remember being at Save On Foods and thanking the worker for coming to work. And she started crying. She burst into tears and said, like, I have to work, but thank you for acknowledging that. Showing appreciation only goes so far. There's workers that absolutely need to go to work despite the safety risk that they take in their hands every single day. And when I think of some of those vulnerable populations that are working, youth that don't yet have that life experience to stand up to an employer or to identify that there's a concern in the workplace, some of it, I think, is employers maybe just not understanding. I don't believe that all employers absolutely are intentionally putting their employees at risk. I think a lot of it is good intentions, but an inability to perhaps adequately support. There could be some sort of barrier that's causing that. It could be something as simple as not being able to afford enough masks. And so the employees are wearing the same disposable mask, taking them on, putting them, without understanding the proper procedure, but their employer can't afford it, so they're doing that. I heard of a story on the weekend where a business owner was offering a service, and someone had called in and asked if a mask was mandatory. Now, this was in Edmonton, and it was a place that has been clearly identified as having to have mandatory masking. The employer said, yes, masks are required. The customer said, well, then I'm not going to come, and I'm not going to access your services. And the employer, the business owner, said, you know what, I'll make an exception. Come to my shop, we'll figure it out. In speaking with her about what led her to make that decision, at first I was outraged that she would allow someone to come into her business not wearing a mask for the safety of not only her, but anybody else that was in her store. And again, tears. She's struggling. She had to make a decision, put food on my table, take a risk that this person is telling me the truth with COVID, that they don't have symptoms. These are serious matters, Madam Speaker, and I think that supporting this referral amendment is essential, and we need to talk to people about what it's like right now. And with that, I would like to encourage all members of the House to support this important amendment, and I would like to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020 number 2. Adjourned debate. Honourable Mrs. Savage.
Any members wishing to join debate on Bill 48 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Decour.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise this evening to add some initial comments here around Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020 number 2. Very large piece of legislation, of course, 145 pages, affecting 12 different pieces of legislation, possibly more, across, I believe it was 8 ministries. So I guess I have to begin my remarks with, I'm going to have a lot of questions. And I realize that possibly 29-2A after I'm done is probably not going to be a sufficient amount of time. So my hope is that the Minister will take these questions away and provide us with some insight more fully when we reach Committee of the Whole. But the first thing I have to quickly ask about is around the bill and the way it's presented itself, because I clearly remember the Associate Minister back when he served honorably, of course, in the official opposition, was quite against omnibus legislation. And I specifically remember the debate around the Labour bill that the former Minister of Labour brought forward. They wanted to cut it up into different pieces. They wanted to take this out. This wasn't fair. This is disservice to Albertans, and on and on. And so I have to ask, you know, here we have your second piece of omnibus legislation. Did you actually believe what you said back then about omnibus legislation? Are we against it? Or is it a good idea? I don't know. So I am kind of curious about that, because I was made to believe that omnibus legislation was not in the best interests of Albertans. But either way, here we are with Bill 48 with a bunch of changes around this. But it kind of seems like there's a bunch of fluff, all boxed up real pretty like, trying to cover up some very significant changes that are of great concern. And I know my colleague, the critic for municipal affairs, a member for Calgary Buffalo, will probably have a lot more to say on this, but I will certainly add my comments around that. And so, as I'm looking at this, you know, one of the first things I'm seeing, of course, is changes around the Alberta Centennial Medal Act. And so I can't help but wonder, the ministry, of course, was designed to reduce red tape. It was supposed to help job creators create jobs and speed up our economy. And so I'm just wondering why this piece of legislation would be included in red tape. How does that create jobs? How does that speed up our economy? It kind of seems a little bit like a loss of focus about what we should be currently looking at right now. We are in the midst of a pandemic that is of great threat to Alberta, not only to its citizens, but to its economy as well. And yet here we are considering something like this, along with things like handing out plaques to fellow members. I find that rather odd. I guess when, you know, I talk to Albertans about the red tape ministry, you know, there's not a lot of positive comments about it, Mr. Speaker. They're rather dismayed that an entire ministry was created to do something that I think not only myself, but other members of the opposition have demonstrated can be handled within each and every ministry. I mean, we were just debating Bill 47 around ensuring safety and cutting red tape. And so why should Albertans be on the hook for $13 million for this ministry when apparently the Minister of Labour and Immigration can clearly handle red tape? All by his own ministry. So, you know, we have some changes to the Animal Health Act. I guess one of the quick questions I have in here is around the definition for qualification certificate. Is a certificate authorizing an individual to provide advice on the use of authorized medicine in accordance with labeled instructions. And so I'm just kind of wondering what kind of implications does that mean? Do we potentially have situations where we could have individuals dispensing medications for animals that maybe they shouldn't be doing? But my hope is that maybe we'll see a little bit of clarification around this. It kind of feels almost a little bit like the changes we've seen around childcare and getting rid of the accreditation program in favor of just simply licensing. You know, perhaps we need to have these distinctions. They were probably put in there for a reason. So my hope is that we see maybe some clarity about that. There's changes around the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act. These changes do not place the recommendations of the Child Intervention Panel in place, and so I'm just wondering why should the minister be making changes to this, but then ignore the recommendations of that panel? Again, you know, is this red tape reduction, or should this be handled within another ministry? We also see some changes around the Post-Secondary Learning Act, and this deals with things around cadavers that are no longer needed by, or sorry, I guess, requested by universities. You know, the whole justification around this is that people are donating, which I believe they are, which is great. You know, science, you know, always can be moved forward when they have the ability to study folks that have passed, to find out how maybe in the future we might be able to solve these things. But I have to ask, is this creating jobs? Is this speeding up the economy? That was what your ministry was tasked to do. And so again, I'm seeing things bundled up, being able to go out and celebrate all this to try to justify this ministry. Again, costing Albertans $13 million. It's amazing the reaction I get every time I tell people that. It's always the same. It's costing what? How much? Can't the ministries do that by themselves? Almost every single time. And yet, we're supposed to accept as the public a letter grade from an organization as justification for that. I think we need a little bit more than just a letter grade. We see changes around the Historical Resources Act. I'm wondering, are municipalities now going to have to be the gatekeepers of this? And what kind of consultations took place around Indigenous historical? If that is indeed the fact where this kind of thing will be downloaded to the municipalities, do you plan to fund that download in order for them to effectively look after these kinds of things? And so it would be interesting to know what were the results of that consultation was. We also see changes around the Land Property Rights and Tribunal Act. I have to admit, they're of course sitting on the private members committee. We have seen a bill dealing with property rights. I'm wondering, it's unfortunate we weren't able to get any kind of a technical briefing with regards to that bill, but I'm wondering how that interacts with what we're seeing here, including the Land Titles Act. Is there anything that's butting up against each other and is going to create any kind of problems with some of the changes that are being shown here in Bill 48? Also changes around maintenance enforcement. I believe the comments were additional amendments to improve service delivery, including clarifying the Maintenance Enforcement Act to prevent confusion over registration in the Maintenance Enforcement Program. So I guess some of the questions that are there around, you know, were these changes necessary? Could they maybe have been done in a Statutes Amendment Act? You know, why did they need to be identified as red tape reduction? perhaps that could have been handled within the ministry. Now, the big one here that I do want to spend just a little bit of time on here is around the MGA, the Municipal Government Act. We are seeing some very significant changes within this, and so I have to ask, why is changes this significant not being handled within municipal affairs? Why is that being, I guess, delegated to the red tape reduction? Because when we're looking at the changes being proposed here, it very clearly is showing that the ability for municipalities to make decisions that they make for their neighborhoods seems to be getting eroded. And of course, this goes to a little bit of a pattern that we are seeing with this government in terms of downloading things onto municipalities, interfering with their business, essentially. I mean, this is the level of government that deals very, very directly with Albertans each and every single day. And so why is it that we are taking away those rights, all under the auspices of, well, we want to make it easier for developers and to move faster. But if it's not in the best interest of the neighborhood at the time, because when we're looking at specifically reserve land, which potentially could house a school, a fire hall, and things of that nature, if you're going to override those decisions and later on as the community grows, the municipality is going to go there and go, well, we would have liked to have put a fire hall there. Now we can't because that decision got overridden for us. And so what kind of consultations took place with municipalities around that, and what was the feedback that you received with regards to that? Because I have to admit, it would seem rather odd that a municipality would say, well, yeah, no, absolutely, I don't want to be able to make those decisions at all. I'm so glad that you're willing to take those on for us if things get kind of sticky. So, and especially, I guess, given the circumstances that we find ourselves in with this pandemic, that that was top of mind for changes that have been brought forward. We also see some changes around the new Homebuyer Protection Act, changes around professional occupation associations registrations. I guess I have to ask, I guess with the latter there, the Professional Occupation Associations Registration Act, I'm wondering why the Red Tape Ministry was tasked with these changes. It seems like the minister that is in charge of these things should be making these changes. I mean, it's all great that you come in and make the changes, but then it's still going to be the ministry that deals with that. So here again, we seem to see, I don't know if it's a case of ministries saying, well, hey, I don't really want to handle that, so yeah, why don't you do that? That'll make your bill look bigger and more impressive, I guess, to Albertans. We see changes in the Will and Succession Act. I know that act was amended so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. As you know, 29.2A is available. However, prior to that, I did receive a very urgent note from our security, our Sergeant at Arms, which requires some important attention. Approximately 27 minutes ago, one of our pages, Claire Westhall, began celebrating her birthday. We will not be singing, but I think it would be appropriate to give her a warm welcome and obviously a celebratory, let's give her a round of applause. So, on that happy note, 29-2A is available, and the member who did catch my eye on that prior to that announcement was the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on 29-2A, I rise to say happy birthday, Claire. And the member who was speaking was in the middle of a thought. And as I know this has been his first opportunity to respond at second reading to this piece of legislation, I wondered if he wouldn't mind just finishing the thoughts that you were going on. There's a lot to get through in 15 minutes, and the time goes very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
It's funny how that 15-minute clock seems to shrink down to almost like 5 minutes sometimes. I could have swore there was more time. Yeah, but I was making a comment around the Wills and Succession Act was amended with the red tape reduction bill. Why did these changes not happen then? I know many of the changes in Bill 48 are related to Service Alberta. Why didn't the Minister of Service Alberta appear and introduce some of these changes? I mean, like I said, Mr. Speaker, it seems we're constantly seeing all, and unfortunately, it does. It sounds a little bit harsh, but this fluff that keeps getting added to these bills, which really aren't red tape reduction. They're things that could be handled in Miscellaneous Statutes Act. They're little things that could maybe be handled in statutes amendment acts. But as I said, I guess when there doesn't seem to be a lot of congratulations floating around, I guess sometimes you might have to pad things a little bit here in terms of making it more impressive. But again, I'm still hung up on the fact that it is an omnibus piece of legislation that the minister in the past has been very, very clearly against seeing others bring forward, as in the previous NDP government. And so I can't help but wonder what changed. Why was it not okay then, but now it's okay to bring in omnibus pieces of legislation, and especially when we're taking very significant changes, as I mentioned, around the Municipal Government Act, and like I said, my colleague from Calgary Buffalo will have more to probably say to that as the debate progresses. And as we get into committee of the whole, I'm sure, well, I guess I should say, I hope to be sure that we'll get some of the questions answered around this bill. I think Albertans deserve to know why, when they're facing one of the greatest challenges that they'll probably face in their lives in regards to this pandemic, why we're looking at these kinds of little changes when they want to be safe. They want their kids safe in the schools. They want to be able to work safely, not have to, I guess, fight each and every day just to make sure that they come home safely to their families and that they don't potentially put their families at risk. And so it's disappointing, quite frankly, that we're seeing some of the decisions that are made by the ministry here, moving pieces of legislation forward when we really should be looking at ways to keep the population safe, to keep them healthy, and stop waiting for, it seems, everybody else in terms of either the federal government or the municipalities or Albertans themselves to step up to do something versus the province trying to help them through. Maybe we should be reducing the red tape around getting supports for small businesses should we be facing stiffer restrictions at the time. But I appreciate the time to be able to make some comments, and I hope to hear more as we move forward in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on this bill? Seeing none, I am prepared to ask the question. Should he choose to take it, there is always one last opportunity. I am sure now that the Honourable Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction has moved second reading of Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried.
Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is now read a second time.
I see the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader and Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if tonight's level of debate is going to make any top 10 list, Mr. Speaker, but I will say this, is that we did make progress and debate was done here tonight, Mr. Speaker. And I would move that the Assembly be adjourned until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, November 25th, 2020.
Those members in favour of the motion as moved by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Assembly stands adjourned now until this morning at 9 a.m.